Welcome back to the channel. This is Trinity Storm and you are watching first part of What If Naruto Defeated Danzo to become Hokage. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
As it was foretold. The senior sage of Myobokuzen spoke with trembling while he held the crystal ball in his hand to view the previous events. Gamabunta observed the happenings while seated in front of the elderly wise man. His massive body aching from his injuries necessitated his summoning out of Konoha. The fight with pain turned into a full-fledged attrition battle against Naruto, who ultimately prevailed by using a variety of backup plans to end the battle with God Realm. Though it is unthinkable that Jiraiya's two apprentices were the chosen of this prophecy, the change and revolution of the ninja world. With the help of the Elder Sage, the crystal ball focused on Naruto's hand, which was holding Jiraiya's first book. That book really is the key to change for a prosperous future, the older wise man said at that point. Silently gazing upon the crystal ball and taking in the features of a young Naruto, Gamabunta's vision was filled with the image of the fourth Hokage. Subsequently, Gamabunta wiped his forearm and said, "The kid is making me remind of the fourth. It's through this brat that everything will change. I'm honored to have been of service to this brat." Perhaps this was all meant to be, from the moment Jiraiya decided to never give up, the wiser man said. That day, the only sound audible in the massive Myobokuzen building was the sound of rushing water. Konoha. With his chakra gushing out of him, Nagato yelled, "Gedo Rinne Tensai no Jutsu." Outer Path. Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, his last life force, directed toward the jutsu he had developed. To Naruto, he said, "I believe in you, I can see a bright future, thank you Naruto. You made me remind myself of my youth, my idealism, I'll put my faith in you as Yahiko and Sensei did to me, with this, the deed is done." During Pain's farewell speech, a massive creature with the Rinnegan's concentric eyes emerged from the base of Pain's Shinra Tensai, divine subjugation of the omnipresent god. Its gaping mouth was covered in strings that broke, releasing countless souls of those who had ventured out into the twilight of life and death. The creature also had the king's mark on its forehead. Reaching out to the blonde with trembling hands, Nagato said, "Just one more time. Let me put my faith back to true peace. One more time. Let me dream that beautiful dream." From inside the false tree. With a gloomy expression plastered across his face, Naruto grabbed Nagato's arms as he gradually started to lose consciousness. Nagato. Konan didn't say anything as she closed her eyes because Nagato had already begun to expire. As Nagato began to breathe heavily, Naruto questioned, what did Nagato do? Nagato, as the seventh Pain, he is able to control life and death. For he who controls the Rinnegan is above the cycle of life and death. Nagato glanced up, seeing the fake tree begin to spread. "At least, let me do this, for the people that I have killed in this village, this is my payment to you, thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. I can rest easy, my dream, Yahiko's dream, we will give to you, my role is over now." After that, Nagato paused silently and gradually gave in to death's tender embrace. He is no longer bound by his drive and obsession, and the anguish of his past will no longer haunt him in his very soul. Naruto closed his eyes and said, "I promise you, Nagato, I'll be the one to break this curse, believe in me." A single tear fell from his left eye, indicating his sadness. Had it not been for Danzo and Madara, there would never have been any suffering or insanity. At that precise moment, he realized what Jiraiya had been longing for him to have. "Naruto, if I am unable to find the solution or be the one to bring peace to the world, you will be the one to do it for me." Indeed. Naruto rose to his feet, the first book Jiraiya had written tightly in his palm. Konan wrapped her paper around Nagato's body and watched as Naruto trailed behind. Glancing in the direction of the location where Naruto vanquished Tendo, Heaven Path, God Realm, Pain. With a wave of her hand, she appeared, silent as the kind and consoling angel of God that she was described as, and innumerable papers wrapped around the shape of God Realm's body. Naruto inquired, "You're taking this body too?" Konan responded, "This is the body used to be God Realm, this was Yahiko, he was someone very dear to us." She turned to face the innumerable documents that encircled Yahiko's body. War brings death, wounds and pain to both sides, there is nothing harder to accept than the death of those that you love, your generation that hasn't known war. Try to find meaning in death only to be left with pain and hatred that you don't know what to do with. Dying like trash, never-ending hatred, that is war. This is what you must face, Naruto, the book that Nagato so held dearly, and you, it was as if it was the workings of the true god. Are you going back to Akatsuki? Naruto asked, not once turning to face the woman. I am done with Akatsuki. Yahiko and Nagato were everything to me. They've entrusted their dreams to you. Nagato believed in you, so I'll do the same. A Mega Cure will help you any way it can. Without saying a word, Naruto touched and observed the corpses of his fellow students. I'll be the person to end all of this tragedy. It's what my master and fellow pupils had given me. You've taught me to be a stronger person, I promise. I'll do everything I can. Paper started to swirl around Konan's hand as she raised her right arm, folding and creating a bouquet of paper roses. The girl with blue hair gave it to Naruto and remarked, "This time, I hope for you that these flowers of hope never die." With a simple smile, Naruto accepted the gift, reaching out with both hands and holding it firmly. Something about his old boss came to mind. Oh? Naruto, that's pretty good, huh? How about we celebrate with ice cream tonight when we go out? All right. Regards, Ero. Senin. Hi there, Naruto. Here, I have the best view of the house. You care to have a look? Are you serious? Say we are discovered. Ah, you get so worked up about little things like that, and then you'll become such a prude like Tsunade. Not at all. Ero, Senin. I had a fresh concept for a jutsu. Would you like to see? Oh really? Let's examine it then. Naruto, that was amazing. You are without a doubt my favorite apprentice. Haha. I've just had an inspiration for my next book. Would you mind penning a chapter for me here? Of course, Ero. Senin, did you realize that you resemble the grandfather I was never given? Why is this happening now? And I will always be proud of my apprentice, no matter how you say it. Many thanks, Ero, Senin. He thought of his master, and a slow smile spread across his whiskered cheeks, tears trickling down like rivers. He turned away from the area where he had last seen Konan and made his way back to the abandoned village. He carried the memento of his master and the paper roses Konan had given him in his hands. Just watch me, you perverted hermit. I'll make your dreams a reality. He leapt to his feet, his optimism shining through like the sun. Kakashi. During the time he spent speaking with his father in limbo, Kakashi noticed that he felt his back widening and his chest becoming slightly lighter, as though something had been lifted off his shoulder. In front of the one source of light in the darkness, the little campfire his father had been waiting on for years after his death, his father had spoken to him so amiably and ordinarily. Tsukumo was able to meet his wife at last because of their conversation. The shame that Kakashi had displayed during his early years had vanished, leaving only acceptance. Kakashi, full of energy, set out to find his student who had vanquished pain. As they made their way through the forest, he saw Naruto, who was, as always, exhausted. Holding a small book and a bouquet of paper roses, Naruto staggered, feeling the weight of his exhaustion rising. He stumbled and fell. However, Kakashi caught him and merely commented, "Nice work." Taken aback, Naruto yelled at the instructor. "Kakashi. Sensei. Save your breath and hold on. We're going back to the village." Thousands upon thousands of villagers and ninja were waiting to greet him as soon as the village came into view. "Welcome back. We believed in you. Thank you." Shouts of appreciation and amazement erupted from the jubilant villagers, and kids started running in his direction, elbowing and prodding their way closer to the one who had miraculously saved their lives. The small slug that had been a part of Katsuya and had been with Naruto said, "They've all been waiting for your return." Kakashi mentioned this. "I told them everything that had happened. They've been waiting for you all this time." Something had shattered into memory for Kakashi. "My goal is to become Hokage and have everyone recognize me when the time comes." Iruka remembered, in the background, how Naruto had smiled and then burst into a full-fledged grin when he was embraced by the village as a child. The teacher was overcome with tears of joy at that moment. Many in the crowd were unaware that some individuals appeared to have been approached by the Anbu as they cheered. One of the people who was approached, Nara Shikaku, questioned the masked ninja, "What is it?" "You are to report to the council room immediately." "Already?" scowled Shikaku as he bowed his head. Naruto whispered to Kakashi as he watched with cold impersonalness. "Take me to the council room immediately, sensei. It's time I put a stop to Danzo's underground operations." Kakashi appeared astonished. Had Naruto managed to acquire extremely private information regarding Root? What was the reason behind his request for an older toad to go with him and hold one of their scroll lists containing active toads? This wouldn't have happened if I was called back sooner, and the timing of the whole thing, it doesn't add up, sensei. I know I may not notice the simple things back then, but thanks to my training in senjutsu, sage arts, I've been more particular. Please sensei, just this once. Naruto appeared to be resolute, and Kakashi nodded, suggesting that he would stick with it until he achieved his goal. A massive Venus flytrap appeared from a thick branch of one of the enormous trees that surrounded the village, far away from the center of the settlement. As he watched the blonde Jinchuriki being led away by the notorious copy ninja Kakashi, Zetsu uttered the words, "I never thought pain could be defeated like this, I must report this immediately. Madara must take note of this." Then, sinking back into the trunk, he used his Kagero, Mayfly, to travel at the speed of sound. The Room of Council. Everyone was anticipating a difficult time, and Pain's attack on Konoha caused more harm than good. The council chamber appeared tense. Homura stated, making it apparent what his intentions were regarding the situation at hand, "We plan on continuing with other countries to counter the threat posed by Akatsuki." It was more likely that they would target Konoha once more because it was the only village left with a Jinchuriki. The Land of Fire will do everything it can to get Konoha rebuilt after what happened to the village, but first we need to set up a considerable amount of budget and then take into account the strain on the other countries as well, stated the representative from the financing department. Specifically, Danzo lifted his head and revealed his uncovered eye, which gleamed in the sun. There are other important issues to be discussed, such as who will be the next Hokage. The Fire Lord said, "Couldn't we just wait for Tsunade to awaken?" "I am sure the matter will fix itself eventually," as everyone in the room fell silent. Kaharu had expressed her views, "My lord, Tsunade is still in a coma, we can't decide on a plan for the village when she will wake up. Besides, the destruction of Konoha was partially her fault." Leaning back in his seat and fanning himself, the Fire Lord sighed and said, "I choose Jiraiya, but he's gone now." As Danzo opened his mouth to speak, Shikaku stepped in, seeing right through the old Warhawk's schemes. "I nominate Hitaki Kakashi." The Fire Lord appeared to be impressed. "Oh ho, the son of the White Fang, Why not? What do all of you think?" Whispers and murmurs about the state of affairs circulated through the council chambers. "He's well known, strong and respected, that's true, but he's very young." Minato was even younger. Shikaku was asked, who was his teacher? By a councilman. With a composed response, Shikaku stated that everything was going his way. The Yondaime Hokage. Ah, Kakashi, who was taught by the fourth Hokage, taught by Jiraiya, and taught by the Sandaime. It is a fine selection, the Fire Daimyo said, appearing impressed once more. Grinning, the elderly nobility continued. The third Hokage's teachings have as good as destroyed the village. The leader of Akatsuki, Pain, was once Jiraiya's pupil. Everyone turned to look at Danzo, who appeared to be against the idea, but he was interrupted before he could say anything more. The Sandaime was never wrong in his teachings. At that moment, Naruto emerged from the doorway, holding a scroll in his hands and the Fukasaku balanced on his shoulders. With a scornful gaze on Danzo, he said, "You were responsible for this, Danzo, and I would be damned if you were to become Hokage. You were the one that let Pain roam free in Konoha. You and Hanzo were the ones that created him. You are in part to blame on Nagato turning what he was." After everyone appeared to quiet down, Kaharu and Homura got up, and an older woman said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you are not permitted to enter the council room, this can be considered an act of insubordination." To ensure that no one could enter, Kakashi leaned on the door while Naruto stood firm outside. To his right, Yamato was anxiously awaiting one of his charges inside. It was a risky move that, should Danzo ever transform into the Hokage, would result in severe punishment. "Have faith in your subordinate, Yamato. I did and I know what he's doing is the right thing." If only he could be encouraged by those few words alone. Within, Naruto said, "Where did you get information about Pain being my sensei's pupil?" "As far as I can tell, only the Sani knew of it." "You've dug your own grave, Danzo. You've involuntarily suggested about your involvement with the Megacure's affairs, more specifically, with Hanzo of the Salamander. It was because of you that Nagato became the leader of Akatsuki by killing his friend, Yahiko. You thought that their movement in a megacure was a threat on its own without even considering that we should not interfere in political affairs that do not concern us. With his head lowered, Shikaku appeared to smile, acknowledging Naruto's point. Apparently, the time had come to support the child. That's true. What happened in Kiri is an example. We do not intervene in actions that concern internal affairs of a country that is outside our jurisdiction, which is almost every country not the Land of Fire. Do you have any explanation on this, Danzo? Replied Shikaku. Evidence, Danzo stated before going on. Where's your proof, child? With a swift glance in the man's direction, Naruto remarked, the citizens of Konoha that were revived just earlier. During my fight with him, he told me that his organization back then only wanted to have peace talks with Hanzo. But you coaxed him, Danzo, coaxed Hanzo of the Salamander to suppress the movement. Because of this, Nagato, who was stricken with grief, was tricked into making Akatsuki, a terrorist organization that went and gathered all the Jinchuriki and Biju that roamed. Homura inquired, how are the citizens concerned with this? Nagato, who held the Rinnegan, had an ability to revive the people that have died in a short amount of time. I convinced him to stop his actions and understand that Jiraiya's teachings weren't just idealistic. It was then he gave me the reason to why he would go so much as far as destroy Konoha. All because Danzo aided Hanzo in putting down Yahiko and Nagato's faction. Well now, those are pretty strong allegations. It seems we can't turn Danzo into Hokage since it will cause such a public outrage if word of your involvement gets out, the Fire Lord said, raising an eyebrow in response. Danzo responded by returning to his seat. With a smile, Shikaku stood back and allowed the ascent of a new Hokage to unfold. With a deeper frown, Naruto said, you were also responsible in delaying my return, Danzo. Teme. With my delay, Pain was free to do as he pleased. He terrorized and killed many of our troops. Those that didn't know my whereabouts back then were incapacitated or even killed. Did you know how many lives could have ended then? I know you've been hungering for power for years. Tsunade explained to me your reasons why you still run route. And how she fervently opposed any idea and suggestion you had given. This proof shall be all that's needed. The tiny toad grasped the crystal ball tightly in his tiny hands as he raised it to Fukasaku's. Little Jiraiya explained to me once that the Hokage's office is filled with seals that the Hokage installed without anyone's knowledge other than his own and with little Jiraiya's. He said to me that the seals were there to record in the crystal ball the events that occur whenever the Hokage was not around. The trigger of that seal would be the seal etched onto every Hokage that set foot in that office, through their clothing or otherwise. At that moment, Naruto unfolded the enormous scroll, revealing the list of active toads living in Myobokuzen. When we left the village to train Naruto, we left here with a summoner toad to send Naruto back to the village if ever he was needed. If one of ours were killed, their names would be erased from the active scroll. This is what happened in the events that Pain started his invasion of Konoha. They saw a photo of Danzo, who was facing away from the camera when he used a tanto to stab the summoning toad. Homura and Kaharu exchanged glances before turning to face the scowling Fire Lord. Quite. It seemed that the reason why Naruto was sent back later than expected was indeed Danzo. Even if Naruto weren't to return, Pain would have attacked nonetheless. I think I may have an idea of who is to become the next Hokage. The wheels of fate started turning again at that precise moment, shifting gears to bring about an occasion that the people of Konoha will never forget. Unidentified place. Zetsu gave a nod in response to Madara's question, so Pain was defeated, huh? And of the Hokage? Replied that, they're still determining who it's going to be. Though it would most likely be Danzo based on speculation. That gave Madara's eye a gleam. It seemed like the ideal moment to begin his scheme. Conan is not coming back. We need another pawn to sync with Gedo Mazo, demonic statue of the outer realm. Toby looked at Kisame and said, after pausing for a moment to consider his next move. Kisame, you go after the eight-tailed beast. I've got matters to attend to. Setsu, make sure to monitor the events in Konoha, confirm that Danzo is indeed the Hokage. Come with me when you're done. Toby started to worry about the actions that the 5 major countries would take to impose sanctions and interfere with Akatsuki after learning that the 5 Kage summit would be held in Kurigane no Kuni. Their movement would be less than before, but that wouldn't be a problem for him because he only needed the 2 Bijus that were still out there to defeat Naruto. However, Madara was determined to let one of his members defeat him at this point, and Konoha was assigned task forces to combat the organization, so Madara would eventually have to start over. The only noises coming from the small cave containing the Gedo Mazo were Kisami's footsteps. Zetsu asked, "What will it be now, Toby?" Madara simply replied, "Leave everything to me," the man said, causing the room to bend and fold in front of him. Madara was sent spiraling down a single point, much like water pouring down the drain. This is the moment when everything will change. Because it is going to do something so much bigger. Konoha. What? A shocked Naruto exclaimed as the Fire Lord gave him a shoulder pat. As the student of both Jiraiya and Kakashi, and the one responsible in defeating the leader of Akatsuki, I appoint you Uzumaki Naruto, as the Rokudame Hokage. This stunned Naruto, who exclaimed, "Why me?" The Fire Lord said, "You have proven that you are strong and the villagers love you, you have the charisma and strength, you're perfect for the job." However, Shikaku appeared to be the only one who wasn't sure about this. "My lord, you are giving a job of great importance to a child? But this is unheard of," asked Kaharu. "Wind Country has done the same, has it not? There were also rumors that this boy is responsible for the countless allegiances we have been receiving as of late, not to mention he is the child of Namikaze Minato. It would be great for Uzumaki-san to rise in this world as a political figurehead. He's already on a level that rivals Jiraiya. N.S. Class warrior of one so young is hard to come by." The Fire Lord responded with a sage tone. Most of the group nodding in agreement. B. But I'm still a Genin. Chunin can become Hokage, why can't Genin for that matter? It is all about discernment, child. The Fire Lord then stood up, and Naruto said nothing. And the appointment of Kage needs not to be ranked. The Fire Lord asked, "Will you accept, Uzumaki Naruto? Or should we call you, Hokage?" "Sama?" Naruto remained standing and considered the circumstances. He would instantly transform into Hokage, the strongest person in Konohagakure and the epitome of a shinobi, by extending his arm. However, if doing so was necessary to keep the populace safe, then fine. While Naruto stayed silent, the Fire Lord grinned. "I just want one thing, in 5 days, announce my succession in 5 days, I still have unfinished business to take care of." Fukasaku. "Sensei, I wish to learn about Fuinjutsu, can I master it in a span of 5 days? "That depends on you, Naruto. Chan. But I'm sure with the method of using Kakashi's training you would be done by then," Fukasaku said, closing his eyes. Naruto was about to leave when Kaharu and Homura stopped him. "Good, then I'll see all of you in 5 days. Hokage. Sama, with the time needed for reconstruction and repairs, we need your authorization to allow a construction company and the emergency provisions." Naruto replied as he left, the Fire Lord grinning even more. "There's a friend of mine from Wave that happens to own a construction company, send for them. Emergency provisions should be easy enough to obtain from Spring Country, just mention my name and they will comply." A great Hokage indeed. Outside, Kakashi took a step back and knelt in front of Naruto. The blonde sighed and had a drop of sweat on his head. "Hokage. Sama." Kakashi and Yamato both answered, though Naruto didn't seem to be comfortable with the title at first. Kakashi. "Sensei, I'll be going out for 5 days as you have probably heard, I want you to oversee the construction and repairs with Yamato." Taiko. "I won't be here. I'll be going back to training with Fukasaku Sensei in Myobokuzan. Also, I trust the two of you, Danzo may have a trick up his sleeve, make sure you guard the summoning frog that will be left here. I don't want things like Pain's invasion happening again." Following that, the trio left the council chambers. With a sigh of disdain, Danzo looked down at Sarutobi and saw another defeat, as the defeated old leader turned to walk away, his plans to retake the seat already in his mind. Given that he was only 16 years old and the Fire Lord had chosen to make him the new Hokage, Naruto appeared to be taken aback by the decision. It was an unbelievable dream to begin with. When he was chosen to occupy the seat, how old was his father? At that moment, 3 Kumo shinobi materialized in front of him. "We would like to know the location of the Hokage. Would you please lead us to him?" The person with the blonde hair and voluptuous chest asked. Yamato glanced at Naruto and Kakashi, who also did the same. The blonde then turned to face his 2 teachers and sighed. "Let's go talk about this in the office, Fukasaku is waiting for me, Kakashi." "Sensei, Yamato. Sensei, please escort these 3 to the Hokage's office, make sure they are not seen by any of the Hyuga." Naruto asked for both Kakashi and Yamato to respond. The two saluted, and Naruto sighed once more, lowering his head. Don't be so formal about us now, Hokage. Sama. You are now our superior and as such please treat us as your subordinates. The blonde said, waving his hand, I'm never going to get used to that. He then left to gather his belongings at home. Three Kumo nin glanced at one another, then back to the adolescent blonde. Oh my god, is he the Hokage? The lone male member of the group asked. Just joined. He's the one who killed Akatsuki's boss, Pain. Kakashi replied. Surprised by it, Karui asked, you're serious? After all, what kind of self? Respecting Hokage wears orange? Karui looked surprised at the distant Junin. Did he read her mind that way? You're probably wondering, what kind of self-respecting Hokage wears orange? Right? Kakashi asked. Well, like we said, he's newly instated, but he'll be wearing different clothes when he gets back. Replied Yamato. After that, they were accompanied to the Hokage's office by the two Junin. Naruto. He had barely 10 minutes to get his equipment ready for what would be yet another training expedition. He took the offer that had been extended to him to become Hokage. Even though he was well aware of the potential consequences and may not be able to leave the village as frequently as he once could, he knew what had to be done after witnessing the devastation of his village and the promise he had made to Nagato lingered in his memory. This was the best chance he could have ever imagined, provided he was the one to break the curse. His senjutsu teacher met him outside his apartment, and Fukasaku, wearing some clothes, was waiting calmly for him inside. Here's a replacement Haori that Shima made. She came by earlier and asked if you wear a new set of clothing. She said that wearing such ghastly colors is not proper for Hokage. As Naruto turned to respond, he was pushed back into his room along with the Haori and an additional set of clothes, raising questions about what was wrong with orange. Shortly after, Naruto left the house donning the traditional Konoha uniform, but underneath the green flak jacket, he was dressed in black rather than the traditional navy blue long-sleeve undershirt. Along with his Haori, Naruto had a gold chain that was interlocked from one side of the ceremonial cloth's neck to the other. With a grin starting to appear on his lips, Naruto looked down at his uniform. The blonde said, wow. I look great in this. As she peered at the red Haori with the openings above his elbows and the black flame design at the hem. Then, with the long black cloth hanging down on his back, Naruto removed the headband from his head and wrapped it around his neck. His facial hair reaching his forehead. With a smile, Fukasaku remarked, a spitting image of your father. Naruto grinned at that, simultaneously feeling proud and ashamed as his left hand went to scratch the back of his head. Now let's address those that needed to be addressed, Hokage. Sama. Fukasaku laughed. With a sigh, Naruto addressed the older toad, saying, not you too, Fukasaku. Sensei. All the older toad did was laugh heartily. He believed that a new era of change was about to dawn, and he saw such a bright future for Naruto. He hoped he would live to see it, which he most assuredly will, since his role in world affairs is over and all that's left to do is sharpen a previously sharpened blade. Naruto had already developed into a very nice young man and had learned a lot from his experiences. Naruto may be young, but he possesses the qualities of a true leader in his heart and soul. Someone who would prioritize the needs of the people, someone who could persuade others to move mountains, someone who could inspire confidence in him. It was time for him to take the lead among his peers and make the decisions. For Fukasaku, Naruto represented the necessary miracle to bring about a transformation in this world. When he battled pain on behalf of the village, his wish was granted. Naruto received a proud smile from the Myobokuzen teacher after she heard about the battle. The world's hope and a boy with miraculous abilities took this enormous leap of faith. It could have been fated that Naruto led the people through difficult times. But for someone as young as he is, that enormous burden must be too much to bear. Naruto was cautious not to be spotted by any of his new admirers as they made their way to the Hokage's office. He was still unprepared for something as significant as becoming the current Hokage. The trio from Cloud was sitting in front of his desk when he opened the door to his office as he was making his way upstairs. When Kakashi first saw Naruto, he appeared astounded. In that uniform, he was the exact replica of the fourth. Seated on the Hokage's chair, he leaned back and spoke, overcome with nostalgia. With his two subordinates firmly by his sides, the new Hokage remarked, I'd never imagined sitting in this chair with my age. It feels different. Kakashi and Yamato spoke simultaneously. You will eventually get used to it, Hokage. Sama. With a scornful gaze on his two former instructors, Naruto yelled, "Cut the crap already." All Kakashi and Yamato could do was smile and suppress a giggle. He then turned to face the Kumo ninjas who were visiting and had drops of sweat on their heads. With his chin resting on the palm of his left hand and his left elbow resting on the desk, the blonde asked absent-mindedly, "So what are you guys here for?" As Omoi handed Samui the scroll and she turned to face her team, the curvaceous woman remarked, "Kage. Sama has requested a Kage summit in a week. He wishes to discuss on what to do about Akatsuki." After a quick glance at Kakashi, Naruto asked, "Sensei, has Chan sent request aides to fight against Akatsuki when I wasn't here?" With an eyebrow raise, Kakashi clearly replied, "Yes, but the requests were denied by both Earth Country and Lightning Country several times, forcing her to create the Niju Shodai, 20 platoons." The Kumo team was shocked to learn this. After the Kage rejected Konoha's requests for assistance in battling Akatsuki, Naruto turned back to the group and uttered, "I know the importance of taking down the Akatsuki. I've encountered almost all of their members in the past. My only question is, why act now all of a sudden?" The Kage's brother, Killer Bee, was taken captive by Akatsuki when they were in Unraikyo. "Valley of Clouds and Lightning," stated Samui, the team spokesperson. Then, Naruto exclaimed, "So he's a host then? Sensei, you still have that book that Kabuto gave us? It has all the information they need about the remaining members of the organization?" Inquired the blonde after turning around to face Yamato. After a brief glance at the youthful Hokage, Samui turned to the one with the faceplate, who dug through his equipment and handed her the little book. Samui flipped through each page, taking in each member before returning the book to the desk. Samui bowed. Naruto watched with interest, got up, and asked, "I'm sorry, but this seems a bit outdated, Hokage. Sama, the Akatsuki seems to have gained new members in their ranks." His straightforward inquiry was, "Who?" Samui appeared momentarily shocked before responding, "Uchiha Sasuke. Are you sure about this?" Scowled Naruto as he sat down this time. "I am positive, our sources have clear visual proof," Samui said with a nod of her head. "What are Uchiha Sasuke's abilities and techniques?" Samui asked, while Kakashi watched with subdued concern for the new Hokage. Before taking a seat, Naruto appeared to clench his fists on the table, displaying a look of sadness and rage throughout his entire body. "What are you going to do if I gave the information to you?" The blonde asked the three, letting out a sigh in response. Omoi chastised the firebrand and looked at the Hokage. Karui yelled, "We'll hunt him down and kill him, of course." Naruto sighed as he looked at Karui. "I'm sorry, but the records of Uchiha Sasuke are dated. During my predecessor's reign, all records of shinobi in the past 3 years were updated except all known Nukenin, and with Sasuke joining a shady group, the search for info on him would be much harder." Old Lady Tsunade focused on the tasks of increasing the village's shinobi count that was considerably reduced during the invasion of Sound and Sand. "I'm sorry I can't help you any further, but the old records would be the only thing that would help you." Naruto lied, saying he didn't want Sasuke dead but that he knew some of his techniques that could be useful to the team. The road to revenge is a very dark one that ends in nothingness and unfulfilled desires. There was nothing to gain and everything to lose, so there was no point in trying to bring the dead back. Naruto told Kakashi to simply step back and sigh, adding, "But before taking down Sasuke, your teacher may still be alive. Focus on finding and rescuing him first." Naruto seemed to have handled that situation well. Samui asked, shocked, as she turned to face the Hokage. How can you be sure?" Naruto replied simply, "Akatsuki needs the hosts alive. I am one of them, I should know." A member blurted out that they needed us in living and breathing conditions. "I have the most experience out of the 9 hosts in handling them." At that moment, Naruto inquired of Samui, "Where will the summit be held, Kunoichi-san?" "Regarding the Kage summit. Tetsu no Kuni, Land of Iron. We thank you for your cooperation, Hokage. Sama and the info you have given us that Killer Bee is still alive." With a nod, Naruto settled his backpack on his shoulders and waited patiently for Fukasaku at the desk. "Yamato. Sensei, escort these guys on the records department in the library, Kakashi. Sensei, I trust you can handle things here while I'm gone?" Yamato saluted as Kakashi nodded. All shall be done in the request of the Hokage. As he was about to speak, Naruto raised his finger and said, "Forget it." Naruto sighed bitterly as he saw Fukasaku, his new instructor. He bit his right thumb and drew blood, then wiped it on his left palm. He started trailing 5 hand seals when a tiny frog materialized. Fukasaku communicated with the tiny frog. "Alright Gamamayu, you're going to be the summoner here in Konoha while I train Naruto at Myobokuzen. Make sure you stick close to the masked Chunin with the slanting Hitai. ITE. Summon Naruto back here within 5 days." As he turned to go, the little frog saluted and Naruto nodded, looking up at the starry night sky. "Why are you interested in Fuinjutsu, Naruto? Chan?" inquired the elderly toad Fukasaku. Naruto simply replied, "Because if I want to beat Madara and the rest of the Akatsuki, I'd have to learn anything that I can. I saw the effect of what seals can do, this will compensate for me not having any bloodline. I'll just have to learn harder than normal." Subsequently, Naruto's expression darkened, that and I thought I'd have the chance to counter that bastard's Sharingan technique. He thought of the man with the spiral mask. Naruto scowled. "The meeting of the 5 Kages will occur in 1 week's time. I'll pour everything I have to this training, please Fukasaku." "Sensei, teach me." Fukasaku just smiled, knowingly. Fukasaku would be shocked to discover how quickly Naruto picks things up and how persistent his desire to succeed is over the course of 5 days. It looks like the Rokudame Hokage is getting started. Nothing is going to stop him this time. After Pain's assault on Konoha, the village started to rebuild itself from the ground up 2 days later. As the blonde grooms himself sufficiently for his role as Naruto's acting Hokage, Kakashi had dispatched emissaries to Nami, Wave, and Haru, Spring. The individuals tasked with carrying out Wave's mission now turned to face the enormous sign that had welcomed them at the foot of the enormous bridge. Konohamaru muttered, "Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle." Udon corrected him, saying, "Technically, you're a monkey summoner not an uncle." Konohamaru gave his snot, dripping teammate a dagger. Like glare and exclaimed, it was an expression, "Jackass." In fact, Konohamaru earned the authority to sign the contract with the monkey's summons after putting in a lot of training time under Ebisu's supervision and discovering Naruto's summons. The monkeys were powerful, though not as powerful as Naruto's summoning of the toad. The monkeys were very skilled at close quarters fighting. Konohamaru needed to become proficient with a bow staff. Enma, the son of the Monkey King, was the first summon he encountered. A young monkey in training with the potential to become a staff member with 3 quarters. Even though he could have used that against Pain in their battle, he lacked the necessary Goku skill at the moment, which was a requirement to obtain the ability to use Enma. Konohamaru persisted despite his never ending frustration, if only to catch up to Naruto, who was able to call forth Gamabunta, the boss frog, for combat. Moegi appeared amazed by their Bozu, simply staring up at the bridge's name. The Great Naruto Bridge, wow, I can't believe they named a bridge to the Bozu. Hey, Konohamaru. Kun, how do you think Naruto? Oyabun has gone far? Konohamaru sighed, don't know really, if he fought that freaky Pain guy and won, he's gotten so much stronger. I wish I could have seen their fight closer. Speaking of Oyabun, Udon inquired, I haven't seen him in a few days. Where do you think he went? Konohamaru scowled and gave Udon a light tap on the head. Training, of course. He's up to do more epic things. Like saving a princess. Moegi interrupted, he's done that. Konohamaru's eyes widened and he exclaimed, what? Udon responded, you haven't heard Konohamaru. Kun? Bozu was in a movie, a few years ago. She saved Fujikaze Yukie, the actress, who turned out to be a real-life princess. Confirming the rumors about the film's ending, Ebisu, who had grown somewhat green, eyed and fixed his shades, nodded and said, it's true, Konohamaru. Kun. Naruto. Kun did save Koyuki. Haim. You've got to be kidding me. Oyabun already did that. Exclaimed Konohamaru. Simultaneously, all 3 of his traveling companions nodded. Ebisu continued, I'm worried about the rumors spreading about, they say that the council has already assigned a new Hokage, when Tsunade Sama is still alive but critically injured. I'm afraid Danzo Sama has taken over the seat of power. Tsunade Sama was the only blockade that Danzo had for the title, but Kakashi San said that we need to disperse the rumors. The new Hokage is not Danzo, but the details were hush. Hush. Raising his left eyebrow doubtfully, Konohamaru said, "No, I won't believe that. I bet it's the boss who became Hokage." Ebisu chuckled at the comment. Konohamaru. Kun, while indeed Naruto. Kun has shown great potential, and that fight with Pain has indeed shown that Naruto. Kun has improved. He is still far too young to become Hokage. For one, he still needs experience in leading. The rumors said he hasn't led a team before, so I doubt he's eligible at the moment. When the announcement came, oh, how Ebisu would eat those words out of his mouth. Konohamaru shrugged, saying, "Hey, it was just an idea." Ebisu knocked on the door and cleared his throat as they got closer to the house where Kakashi had given them instructions. According to Kakashi, the lady of the house was an unmarried mother with the appearance of a model 20 years old. Naturally, Ebisu was convinced about the mission. After all, he wanted to make a big impression. With his glasses adjusted for a sleek appearance, Ebisu faced a frying pan to his face despite his suave demeanor. Wham! Mom. It's another stalker. Honestly, why don't you just marry someone, Mom? That way these guys won't be bothering us anymore. Hey, why'd you hit Sensei like that? Sure, he's a closet pervert, but he's completely harmless. Yelled Konohamaru, giving the boy a fierce look. That brat has a strong arm swing. Ebisu clutched his nose in agony as he struggled to stand. Actually, we're just emissaries from Konoha. We're here because the acting Hokage requested someone by the name of Tsunade. San to assist us in some rebuilding, Moegi said, grinning at the boy wearing the fisherman's hat. Oh, from Konoha. I'm sorry. Mom has a lot of guy problems actually. Just this week, I almost fired the crossbow on the guy that was spying on Mom by the tree outside. So I'm a bit careful, Inari said, raising an eyebrow at that. However, his eyes brightened the moment he heard the word Konoha. Ebisu said, grabbing his first aid kit and an antiseptic, great detection skills. Anyway, you're looking for my grandpa. He's in the main town, why don't you guys just wait for him here? He'll be back soon. When the boy motioned for the guests to enter, all four of them complied politely and entered. Inari was overjoyed. He asked the three genins, hey, have you heard someone by the name of Uzumaki Naruto? They nodded and exchanged glances. Konohamaru smiled and said, you mean Oyabun? Yeah, he's pretty well known in our place, he just saved us from destruction just 2 days ago. When Inari yelled, you don't say. Tell me what ni. San did. His mother grinned and left the kitchen. Tsunami said, now Inari, it's not nice to demand something from our guests this early. Ebisu was astounded by the motherly figure's earthly beauty, no, her goddess. Like features. As he stared at her. Ah, I'm sorry for barging in Mrs. Tsunami. I'm sorry for barging in Mrs. Tsunami, but we're here to ask for Tazuna. San's help in some repairs in the village. Oh? Tsunami asked, grinning, nodding. What happened? Like we said, this guy almost destroyed us if it weren't for Naruto. Oyabun, Konohamaru went on. Tsunami took a seat after Konohamaru finished speaking about Naruto's battle with Pain. Everything in heightened detail. To be honest, Ebisu was unable to refute Konohamaru's statement. As a 12-year-old's interpretation goes, it was close enough, even though it was somewhat exaggerated in some places, such as when Konohamaru mentioned his super awesome Rasengan blasting one body to chunks and bits. When he heard a knock on the door, Inari was going to reach for his go-to weapon of the day, the frying pan, when he heard the man on the other side of the door slur and shout incoherently. Let me in. Itish me. Grandpa. Bleed. Outside, there was the sound of throwing and a few pieces of liquid splashing onto the ground. Oh. Konohamaru said, and Moegi worriedly asked, did he just barf? Ebisu sighed. This was going to be a long explanation. Kakashi hadn't told him that the person they were looking for was inebriated. 2 days prior to now. When Naruto arrived at Myobokuzan, many Konoha residents were unaware of his whereabouts. He hoped that situation would remain that way for some time as he was afraid of what might occur. But now that he had decided on something, it was time to plan ahead. Jiraiya had often told him that he was very similar to Naruto and that if he put his mind to it, he could be a stronger shinobi than any member of his generation and beyond. When Jiraiya was a child, the old pervert told him that he was simply not focused enough to handle one task at a time in training and that he frequently skipped training in favor of peeping. Along with his notion of himself as a ninja, that was his way of wooing Tsunade with his macho antics. That didn't exactly go well with the girl in question, as it appeared that Tsunade had given him a beating that nearly caused him to pass out. The Sandaime gave him a brief pep talk, which somewhat altered his behavior. Yes, he was still the promiscuous jerk that Tsunade would sometimes hurl him into lower Earth orbit or nail to the wall, but at one point he decided to take his ninja career seriously, and see where that got him in this lifetime. With the intention of learning everything he could, Naruto entered the house of Shima and Fukasaku. The elderly toad conversed with him. Naruto. Chan, there's the bookshelves about Fuinjutsu near our rooms. If you want to start reading on the basics about sealing, then go ahead. But be advised it's kind of hard to do when you apply it. I suggest you do that in the morning, you can read at night. Be advised Naruto. Chan, Fuinjutsu normally takes up a lot of characters and symbols to be written, you should have an extensive vocabulary to write the seals down. Jiraiya. Chan had to learn about writing them for 3 weeks Stop, are you sure 5 days is all that you need? Learning this is purely self-study, we can only watch you perform them. It's all I need, Naruto said, glancing at Shima. Shaking her head, Shima said, very well, I'll leave you to your devices, Naruto. Chan. After giving a nod, Naruto started making notes on paper, noting some of the key passages that he thought were noteworthy while reading. Fuinjutsu. The practice of sealing remains one of the world's most mysterious concepts. It is an ancient art form that predates the time of Rakudo Sennin. Because learning the art of sealing is often very labor-intensive and time-consuming, artisans in this field are in short supply. Fuinjutsu is frequently used to fuse a living thing or object into another, allowing it to exist in one person but not be that person. While the effects of different characters vary, combining seals frequently results in a new effect known as transmutation because it offers countless possibilities to create with a single stroke. After that, Naruto turned the page and carried on. As much a science as it is a mystique, Fenjinjutsu. The use of sealing techniques prevented the extinction of human civilization. The reason for this is that Fengshu PC has been used for eons to facilitate daily activities such as energy storage and consumption. Naruto turned the page after quickly growing tired of the introduction and skimming the first 10 pages before beginning the fundamentals. At this, Naruto instantly arched an eyebrow and left the elder toad's home. He could hear the sound of toad oil rushing down from the gushing waterfall. If there had been crickets in this place, Gamatotsu would have killed them all. That being said, he did have a flashlight in his backpack, and the stars were out tonight. Thus, he created the seal for Kage Bunshin by flicking his hands together. In a matter of seconds, a loud pop signaled the creation of 1,000 clones, each carrying a copy of the book. The first Naruto yelled, "Alright guys, you have 4 hours to study page 10 of the book up to page 40. Let's make this the most rigorous training we've ever had yet." Each clone nodded and let out a shout. Konoha at the moment. With a tap on his desk, Kakashi observed the individuals gathered in front of him and sighed. Since the village was currently undergoing extensive repairs, Yamato was in charge of supervising the work and, as the only person with the Mokuton ability, he had been requested to restore a few of the houses. Kakashi suppressed a laugh at the tired and grumpy picture of his Kohai that was going through his head. On Yamato, the villagers make it seem so simple. Then Kakashi heard Hyuga Neji clear his throat, and his musings instantly faded from his mind. Naturally, Guy exclaimed, "Ah, I see you have become the Hokage." Rival Kakashi. Kakashi's mind responded automatically. "Oh Guy, what are you doing here?" The man in question pointed to the proxy Hokage and stated, Kakashi. You and your hip ways. That is why you are my rival. I challenge you Kakashi, WHO will make a better Hokage. If I lose, I'll rebuild Konoha with my elbows, and if I can't do that, I'll use my feet and if I can't do that. Tenten nodded in agreement with Neji's outburst. The matter of leading the village isn't a contest, sensei. Neji shouted. Kakashi continued, "Look, before your sensei delves deep into his mind to parts unknown and spout more of his rules, I'm handing over this mission to you guys to Spring Country, requesting for aid alright? Don't open the scroll, it's only meant for the princess of the land since she's the commander." Chief there. Just nodding, Neji left with a sulky. Of all the eccentric Junin out there, why was I under him? Expression. Kakashi grinned broadly. They didn't need to know that the scroll held the letter containing all the supplies and help they might require, as well as a signed copy of the Icha Icha Paradise movie. Who says you can't occasionally be abusive with your powers? It's time to locate a team that is naive enough to embark on a pointless journey. How he loved playing the role of the Hokages go. Between. Since Ebisu and his group were the first casualties, who will be the next unfortunate person? A blonde-haired teenager back in Myobokuzen sneezed, causing a chill to run down his spine and impair his focus. The blonde said, sniffing, "Something tells me I need to finish my training faster than usual." She went on to read the book. Now to oversee how Sakura and the others are faring. Rising from his chair, Kakashi left the office and walked outside, the summoner of frogs by the desk resting on his shoulder. As soon as they were outside, he headed straight to Ground Zero to find the personal tent containing Tsunade's unconscious body. He entered and was greeted by Sakura, who was carefully watching over and tending to the Godem with Shizune. Sakura said, not turning to face Kakashi, "Kakashi. Sensei. Is it true that Konoha is now enlisting Sasuke-kun as a noob nin? Something Kakashi was unaware of. Sasuke hasn't been labeled a missing nin by Naruto yet. Kakashi asked, who gave those rumors? Sakura cast a gloomy glance down her face. It's not a fact yet, Kakashi-san, but with speculation that Danzo Sama is going to be Hokage, we fear for the worst to happen to Sasuke. Shizune responded, and Kakashi nodded. Kakashi responded, allaying the concerns of his former pupil, well, dispel those rumors for now, I've already said this to Team Ebisu, Danzo isn't a replacement for Hokage. Do you know who's going to be selected, Kakashi? Sensei? With a nonchalant expression, Kakashi answered, not going to, already selected. Though he wants to keep it quiet for a while, said that there were still things left undone. That's right, I completely forgot. Where is Naruto? We need to check up on him for any signs of injuries, Shizune said, raising an eyebrow in response. Kakashi retorted in a lighthearted manner, Ma, Naruto's fine, he's just doing some unfinished business. Don't worry, he's perfectly fine. He'll be back here in a matter of days. The older woman frowned slightly as she realized that Kakashi had given Shizune a hint at the end of the sentence. Although she might have suspected it already, she chose not to reveal it. No, it meant that the new Hokage or the person she suspects would be up to no good when it was announced that Tsunade's replacement would be revealed by the end of the week. Sakura just nodded before returning her attention to healing her master. All she could hope was that Danzo wasn't going to be the next Hokage. Just as they returned to tending to Tsunade, they heard someone yelling for Sakura to leave. As the aforementioned girl left, Shikamaru was waiting for her, her leg fully healed. Sakura, the rookie 9 of our time, decided to have a talk about how to deal with everything that's happened. Sakura nodded next, and she did the same, giving Shizune responsibility for Tsunade's care. Kakashi remained silent. Shizune asked, looking glum, have you realized what that talk might be, Kakashi-san? Kakashi looked up and replied. Kakashi remarked, I kind of got the idea of what it's about. The entire present of the Rookie 9, with the exception of Sasuke and Naruto, was already in the training field that Sakura recognized as the location where Team 7 was formed during the Bell test 3 years prior, when Shikamaru took her to the location where they could all discuss what Shikamaru wanted to tell. Kiba said, appearing serious, Shikamaru, it isn't like you to call all of us out here and have a discussion. One thing was certain when Shikamaru ventured out and worked around the village, terrible things were going to happen. Indeed, your behavior suggests that you are going to speak about something that could change our very perception of what is to come. Shino agreed. Constantly the watchful Aburame, Shikamaru idly scratched the nape of his neck and uttered. See. Can we please start? I need to tend to my clansmen in the compound, the damages are quite severe after that attack. Hinata replied. Sakura appeared dejected upon seeing Hinata. It was as though a blow to the head had struck her when she realized Hinata was bleeding, on the ground, and pleading for Naruto's life. My dad is helping with the repairs downtown. I need to go out there as well. My god, I don't know what would have happened if Naruto hadn't arrived later. Said Choji. Alright. I got it, just let me say it first. Then Shikamaru moved over to the side and rested his head on one of the artificial stumps that had been placed there. Have any of you felt something close to mortifying when we were out there, fighting against that monster, Pain? The former rookie 9 all said nothing. There was a reason why they were all staring down. Pain managed to kill more than half of our population when that jutsu was used on the village. I saw a lot of people died in just a flash, in just a moment. I saw people dying left and right, children crying or dead. I never felt so horrible. If you were near the decryption department, close to downtown, you could have seen the very effect of the epicenter of that jutsu. Holding his previously injured leg, Shikamaru felt a chill run down his spine as he saw all those horrified souls that had passed away only a few days before flash before his eyes. Then just in the evening after the attack, when I just got my leg healed, I was down by the record section since it was close to our home. I overheard this conversation from 3-4 nin that came. They were Kumo nin. I heard that Sasuke joined Akatsuki, Shikamaru went on. Kiba exclaimed. Everyone seemed to gasp at this. What the hell is going on? What on earth possessed Sasuke to join that organization? As Shikamaru responded, Ino said, I don't know, but based on the reports from Intel, Akatsuki had managed to capture the eight-tailed host. You can already see where this is going. But that can't be right. Sasuke joined the same organization as his brother. The same organization that killed Asuma Sensei. Shikamaru let out a sigh and went on. It wasn't the fact that Sasuke captured the eight-tailed host that served as the breaking point for a foreign village to move out. It was the fact that the eight-tailed host was the brother of the Kage. You understand now? Sasuke caused such an international uproar that the way I see it, Danzo or not, the new Hokage has no choice but to place Sasuke on the bingo book, lest he or she wants our village to go to war. Besides, I'd be damned if they take Naruto. Shikamaru's expression darkened this time. So it comes to this. Then. Do we have a choice? Sasuke was our friend, but I'm not going to let him take Naruto, Kiba said, his fists trembling this time. Shino responded in a monotone voice, if persuasion through words cannot reach Sasuke anymore, then there's no helping it. I'd rather kill Sasuke than lose Naruto. Sakura inquired, wait. How can you be sure that the new Hokage would just let this stand by? Shikamaru responded. Sakura, no one who is not a ninja of Konoha is allowed to go to the records department, you understand, right? That's where they store info on Anbu profiles, shinobi profiles and most of all, jutsu and Konoha texts. You think that the Hokage will allow 3-4 nin to just casually walk in there? They need permission and supervision, and I happen to see Yamato Sensei there. With a worried expression on his face, Ino turned to face Shikamaru. What's going to happen? He asked, grabbing one of his teacher's trench knives and holding onto the handle tightly. After Shikamaru stated, we're going to take care of Sasuke, with or without Naruto's approval. It's bad enough that he carries the burden for all of us. We can't rely on him forever. We need to grow up as well. At that point, Ino and Sakura began to cry, while Hinata remained silent throughout the entire situation. Sasuke is now liable for his actions, there's nothing that can be done. I wanted to tell this to Naruto, but he isn't here. I've tried finding him everywhere. The ramen shop, the training fields, his apartment, even the goddamn monument, he isn't anywhere. Shikamaru replied. Take me to the Hokage, Sakura commanded Shikamaru at that point. TCH, like that'll be easy. The whole council is hiding the fact of who's going to be the next Hokage. I even asked my dad who it was. He just said that the matter will reveal itself in 3 days. I'm sorry, Sakura, but if you want to talk to the Hokage, you're going to have to wait 3 more days to finally speak to him, her. Sakura was only able to let her tears fall. Myobokuzan. 2 days had gone by, and Naruto had made incredible progress during that time. By the morning of the second day, he had learned most of the symbols and characters with the help of his Kage Bunshin, which he used over the course of 4 hours to learn them. 2 days ago, he completed the basis for sealing, and he has been using it to practice his applied knowledge. He was drawn to one particular sealing method in particular. Fukahoan, the seal for fire suppression. When the seal was first created, it was used to put out wildfires that were close to human civilizations, burning houses, and forest fires. It also had the ability to suppress any fire. This is the seal that Arrow Sennin used to suppress that black fire 3 years ago. Alright, this is another sealing procedure to master. can you guys do this? Naruto then commanded his clones to turn on the page he wanted them to turn. Each of them took a brush and ink from their bags, nodded, and picked up another scroll. Then, Shima and Fukasaku were asked to perform a potent Kaden jutsu. The two frogs nodded after exchanging glances. Raising their hands, they exclaimed. The two frogs then looked up and released the destructive fire jutsu upward, saying, Kaden, Gamayu Enden. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The clones promptly went to work as the fire burst out and covered a large area. The clones slammed their hands on the seal, pouring chakra over its writings. The original exclaimed, Fuinjutsu, Fukahoen. As chakra tendrils broke free from the scrolls and started to grapple with the fire that was twirling in midair. As the characters and symbols surrounding the fire symbol started to appear on the scroll, the chakra started to siphon the flames and force them down to the scroll, which was the symbol of fire. Naruto smiled, a triumph. Fukasaku said, wiping the perspiration from his brow and nodding enthusiastically. Well, you have a pretty firm grip of understanding Fuinjutsu now. These are just the basics. Writing seals are the basic of the basics. Since you can actually do seals in writing easier, we can finally move on to the sealing techniques that you don't have to write, but you let your chakra weave the seal for you. There are 3 days remaining. Unidentified place. After telling his group to get ready and move toward Konoha, Sasuke left and started to run as quickly as he could. Sasuke said that since Akatsuki had settled their debt and was leaving permanently, Taka would no longer need them. The mask of Tobi was revealed as a spiral. Like pattern in the air rippled and spun in the peaceful forest far from Sasuke. While Sasuke was leaping from branch to branch, Suigetsu, who was trailing him, abruptly encountered the man who had blocked their way. Suigetsu stopped and inquired of their group leader. What's wrong, Sasuke? Sasuke's gaze was fixed on Uchiha Madara, the masked figure. It seemed as though the man had just materialized out of nowhere, surprising Karen with his abrupt appearance. The man's only response when Sasuke asked him was, Hey, Sasuke. How did you know where I was? Don't underestimate me. This technique is well within my powers. Madara merely leaned in closer. With that, Sasuke said, What do you want with me now? Taka is no longer a part of Akatsuki. We have no further use for you. The man's only visible Sharingan squinted as it looked at Sasuke. I said I'd have to kill you if you betray Akatsuki and you broke your promise to me. Sasuke questioned the man, appearing perplexed. What are you talking about? The eight-tailed beast, you failed to capture it, Sasuke. Then came the statement from Karen, but I thought we captured it. We even gave it to you. Madara silently gazed at them. Suigetsu appeared to be bothered by the man and Jugo. With a tone of dissatisfaction, the man said, I'm really disappointed in you guys. It was a fake. The eight tails pulled a fast one on you. Even though he missed the possibility that Killer Bee might have been inside the tentacle he broke during the battle with the eight tails, Sasuke appeared to recognize his error. What do you want us to do about it? It's not our business anymore. Since we did your part of the bargain, you do it yourself. Was Suigetsu's sharp remark that interrupted his musings. No, you will finish your last job as part of Akatsuki. Forget about the eight tails, I already sent someone to capture him, there's something else I want all of you to do. Then, lowering his base, Sasuke questioned, what if I said no? With a casual reply, Madara answered. Then you'll have to fight me to get to Konoha. I won't let you pass. The Chidori came to life as Sasuke's hand flickered like lightning, crackling loudly and holding it close to his chest. I'll force my way through. In an instant, Sasuke moved to close range with Madara, his hand already reaching her chest. However, Sasuke soon saw himself truly phasing through Tobi, just as he had assumed he had done so with the Chidori. The only thing Madara said was, it's a little too late to go to Konoha now. Your goal is futile now, too bad, Konohagakure no longer exists, my minion, pain destroyed it. Sasuke's eyes widened in surprise at that, this bastard. He removed his objective. His rage was building inside of him, rising like waves crashing onto the coast. As Sasuke slowly moved his hand in Kusanagi's direction, preparing to attack Tobi, he noticed a green plant with jagged patterns emerging from the branch Madara was standing on. Suigetsu appeared taken aback and inquired as to the identity of the newcomer. Madara soothed them, saying, calm down. He's with me. Madara questioned, so who's the new Hokage? Zetsu said, the talks were very secretive, but from the rumors going around Konoha, they say that Danzo is the next in line for Hokage. Sasuke was intrigued by this. After a brief moment of staring, Madara sensed Sasuke's sudden rise in murderous intent and appeared to be grinning beneath his mask in this situation. Madara said, I thought as much, and Sasuke inquired. Danzo is Hokage? Toby simply stated, it's just factual speculation. But he is the most probable candidate at the current situation. He's the one responsible for making your brother do what he did, and now, he's Hokage. Kusanagi was now in Sasuke's right hand as he gritted his teeth. Because you and Pain had made such a commotion, the 5 Kages had begun to move. They're about to hold a meeting. At this, Sasuke stayed silent while Zetsu went on. I'll explain the rest, Sasuke. You see, Pain took initiative in capturing the 9-tailed host and we let him. Take into mind that Pain was one of our strongest members. He conquered a Megacure and can do a jutsu that can take out an entire village. Yeah, he could probably kick your assess without a problem. The mention of the term, 9-tailed host, conjured up images of Naruto, who had previously stared at him, along with those vicious, blood-colored irises and the most menacing, animalistic slit he had ever seen. But when Pain had invaded Konoha, he terrorized the village and destroyed most of it. Now Konoha is in ruins. But Pain still lost to one person. He lost to Uzumaki Naruto, the 9-tailed host. Asking, so this Naruto defeated Pain all by himself? Suigetsu arched an eyebrow. That's right, he's gotten pretty strong, he may be even stronger than Sasuke. I don't care about that, the 5 Kages are the problem, the Uchiha mocked the notion. Suigetsu continued, well, what are you going to do then, Sasuke? Danzo's your target, right? Konoha is pretty much decimated. If Danzo is going to that meeting, shouldn't we just go over there by ourselves? Sasuke appeared to ponder at this point, weighing the slim to non-existent likelihood of avoiding a head-on collision with any of the Kages. But Karen seemed adamant about the whole thing. For starters, Sasuke could never hope to fight all 5 Kages at once because they were so damned formidable. An insane person would never dare. Without hesitating, Sasuke declared, we'll go to the meeting and kill the 5 Kages. Our plans have changed. The idea of taking on the best ninjas from every one of the 5 major villages made Karen shiver. Facing all 5 of them at once is nearly suicidal for someone, even Sasuke. But Madara seemed to support Sasuke's dim-witted notion. Karen asked, accepting her fate, so where is this meeting? Zetsu followed Madara's gesture and led them. The leaf's angular pattern broke apart, revealing a black and white image of a man whose face and body were still separated. The image continued to split apart, with the man falling in the center. The others, who are not accustomed to this, were completely repulsed to witness Zetsu completely severing himself in half, leading the way with the 4 Taka members trailing behind. Can we trust them, Sasuke? Jugo asked, appearing uncertain about the situation. As they leapt directly towards the land of iron, Sasuke said, let's just see what happens. If he tries anything funny, I'll use Amaterasu on him, there's something I've been meaning to test out anyway. I can't believe Nagato used Rinne Tensai like that. That was supposed to be reserved for me, what a betrayal, Uzumaki Naruto, he's thrown a wrench to my plans. Zetsu, I think it's time we step up, finally let the world know what we are truly aiming for. Time for the Tsuki no Mi to come into fruition. Myobokuzan. Naruto never realized how adaptable seals were, and the first book's introduction did not fully capture the limitless applications of Fuinjutsu. It was unthinkable. It was stated in one of the book's writings that a true artisan could make Fuinjutsu into the most lethal weapon. As of right now, he had even developed a seal that, when someone uses genjutsu, causes the body to shock violently. The type of genjutsu used would not matter. As long as the seal was applied, the chakra would be triggered, causing a defibrillator effect and jolting the neural nerve cells to disrupt the flow of the chakra. It was painful, but understandable given that he was still learning the sealing arts. It would be great if he could use this new skill he had learned as a kind of pastime or even entertainment. With just one day remaining before returning, he reflected on everything that had occurred thus far and the individuals who had brought them to a head. It appeared as though fate was a set of dominoes, one choice impacted them all. It was all too true in his case. After going through a set of hand seals, he learned that the seal sequence in Fuinjutsu had a purpose. For instance, the earth represented strength and fortitude, and the boar seal represented the earth's grasp, stasis, and its inflexibility to anyone's will. The seal of the boar in ninjutsu refers to the process of putting an object into stasis and suppression, making it fall or become dormant. The dragon came next. It stood for noble nobility and unbridled instinct. The wind rising into the sky above their heads symbolized the dragon's beneficence and superiority. The dragon in Fuinjutsu has the power to ease stress and provide relief. Transform raw power into a buffer, or something more controllable. Oi Naruto, here's the request you made 4 days ago. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Gamakichi leaping in his direction while holding the mentioned object. Naruto rushed over to thank his old friend Gamakichi, the toad. Thanks, Gamakichi, this is perfect. Naruto raised the item above his shoulder and brought it to eye level as soon as he grasped it. Naruto had asked for the same metal that Asuma used for his trench knives to be used for a Fuma Shuriken. In other words, the chakra that the blade absorbed would be magnified. However, the black handle at the center of the ring was what distinguished this Fuma Shuriken from the others. Fuma Shuriken appeared to be a weapon that could be used at both close and long range because of its folding trigger. The majority of weapons had a special quality that Naruto desired. The edge was inverted. The most crucial aspect was that the blade would only be used when thrown to pin down an opponent or divert them long enough for Naruto to defeat them. The blunt part was meant to bludgeon, and it could be lethal. I don't get it why you want that shuriken to have a handle. It's not like you'll be able to fight with it most of the time at close range, and the Fuma Shuriken's locking mechanism when it's closed is flimsy. Naruto quipped. Not really, I've got a seal design to interlocking it in place and then releasing it in its shuriken state. Then Naruto reached for a brush and some ink. The handle, which was located in the middle of the ring, was the only dark component of the Fuma Shuriken because it was made of a different metal and wasn't exactly the same color as a regular Fuma Shuriken. Instead, it was silver. The kanji for blade was then written on the first side of the shuriken by Naruto, and the kanji for windmill was written on the other. Next, Naruto sealed several things with his hands. He began by using the dog seal, which stands for obedience and loyalty, to activate the Fuma Shuriken when spoken to. Then he employed the monkey seal, a representation of intelligence and independence, to activate it with any command phrase that Naruto desired and to cause it to automatically transform back into a blade form when not in use, all without a spoken command. Then, using the tiger, a representation of strength and pride, he activated the metal's amplification properties by slowly buffering his chakra into the blade with the help of the dragon. Since that was the first seal he had written, Naruto then slammed his right hand on the character for blade. Gamakichi questioned, "Whoa, Aniki, what did you do?" Naruto smiled. "It's one of the easy seals I managed to come up with just yesterday. I called it Ningu Eihei, Ninja Tool Sentinel. You'd be really surprised just how much Kage Bunshin you need just to make up a seal. It feels like 20 years doing all that work," Naruto exclaimed. Gamakichi chuckled. While Fukasaku stated that mastering the no symbol style of Fuinjutsu is all that is required for the time being, Naruto was still learning it and making progress, but he had a meeting to attend. Therefore, he trained to learn how to use his Fuma Shuriken on the day before his final departure for his village. On his final day of training, Naruto chose to sleep and relax before being called back to Konoha as the end of his 5-day session drew near. In his mind, Naruto was getting ready for his most recent assignment. Protecting everyone, guiding Konoha through uncertain times, and ultimately ushering in a new era of a world his former teacher had long yearned for. 5 days following Pain's attack in Konoha. "Are you ready?" Kakashi inquired of the figure in the back, which was dressed in a red and black haori, a black long-sleeve shirt underneath a green vest and black pants, a folded Fuma Shuriken strapped on his back, and a red and white hat, which represented his authority within Konoha. The fire symbol, positioned at the forward tip. The figure nodded, and the elders standing next to it stood sideways, waiting for the figure to emerge through the door and onto the balcony of the Hokage's building, which had amazingly survived Pain's attack. The will of fire shall not perish so long as there are leaves. The figure observed the images of the 5 Hokages who had ruled before him. As he advanced like a true leader, passing the elders and advisors, he saw the silhouettes of the Hokages who had come before him: Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, Hiruzen, Minato, and Tsunade. His face was hidden by the hat that was placed over his head as he faced the cheering crowd. When Kakashi, Yamato, Kaharu, and Homura saw the person approaching the group of people, their mouths dropped open and they became gasping for air. The will of fire emerged from tragedy and despair and shone brilliantly in the blazing sun. The winds howled and swayed in the new Hokage's presence as the people saw the person who had approached them. Many people recognized the person under that hat as soon as they saw the red and black Haori, whose hem of the clothing danced into the wind as the person walked towards them. Many would remember this as the moment of total transformation. Memories flashed through people's minds as they witnessed the new Hokage's face take off the hat he had so desperately wanted since he was a young boy. As long as there are leaves in this village, the will of fire shall never die. I am the Rokudame Hokage. I am Uzumaki Naruto and I will lead this village from now until my very last breath. Only on the 5th day of the Rokudame's reign were cheers and cries of praise audible. Let the wisest people have the brightest fire. As long as there are leaves in this village, the will of fire shall never die. Uzumaki Naruto, Rokudame Hokage. Everyone looked on in awe at the person that stood above them, with the hat of the village Kage held in his right hand. Naruto looked below in the same manner that the elder population of Konoha had seen only once from their former Hokages. Namikaze Minato. Shikamaru looked on in surprise himself, in a way. It answered the questions why Naruto had gone missing for the past 5 days, without as much as the Anbu searching for him and his requests from Kakashi that he search for Naruto being denied by the said man. Apparently, Kakashi was in on this too, seeing as he was the proxy Hokage, along with Yamato who had supervised the Kumo Nin at the records department. So, he's finally fulfilled his dream. It's kind of melancholic, huh, Shika? Ino mentioned as she thought how it must have been painful to label Sasuke as a missing nin. First off, don't call me that. Second, yeah. I know what must be going through his head right now. He'll put his feelings as a friend aside in order to keep the village safe. It was then that Naruto began his speech. I'm sorry for taking this long to finally get to speak to you. I bet Kakashi Sensei got too bored at the job just within 5 days of it. He said that with a grin. Some of the ninja scowled at Kakashi at that. They were going around in circles 2 days ago disguised as a mission. And the item often was some crap that wasn't really that important. Kakashi merely scratched the back of his head and silently laughed, sure it was a sin to be fooling off when the village was in such a state, but come on. The thought of giving Guy a mission that involved a lot of scavenger hunts and fetch-me's was hard to pass up. Okay, so he did pass it up, if only because the village had a giant crater in the middle and the reserve genin and chunin needed exercise. Honest. Anyway, I'm sorry again for being late in announcing my ascension to the position. I had some things to take care of. Can you believe it? Me, a genin, not yet even reaching junin or even chunin, and already, I took the seat, Ibiki. San must be laughing his ass off right now. Back in the intelligence department, said man was indeed laughing his ass off at the irony of it all. Even if I'm a genin for life, I'll still become Hokage, watch me. I'm not scared of you. Ibiki grinned as he watched perched on the rooftop of the ruined building and letting the new Hokage speak. Damn right you did, brat. Guess that's a loss on my part. Ibiki mentioned. Oh? It was him all along? I can't wait to entertain him when he's stressed. Ibiki stared at his partner and coughed something about being a cradle robber. Anko never was someone who could keep her thoughts to herself. Maybe that was why she was in the torture and interrogation department most of the time. As the things that come out of her mouth often scare the hell out of most men except for him though, Ibiki was the kind of guy that could eat a big piece of meat while watching Anko gut a man during one of her sessions, and that was saying something. You do know that 16 would get you 20, right? Ibiki mentioned. Anko merely shrugged. Hey, a girl can dream, can't she? Back at the tower, Naruto spoke. I know what it must feel like, losing everything right now. Our home is destroyed, and the works of the people before us vanished without anything left except for destroyed buildings and lives. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, balling his right hand into a fist. But we're still alive. As long as we are alive, Konoha is still here. We are Konoha. We are the village that makes up the buildings. Everyone shouted in agreement. We'll get through this. We'll become stronger. We'll bounce right back. We'll kick more asses than the former Konoha did. Everyone smiled at that. Hinata merely smiled as she held her hands close to her chest. A blush crossing her cheeks. Hey, first time we've got a loudmouth for a Hokage. He's done the impossible, Shino? Shino nodded with his hands in his pockets and said while looking up, "This is the reason why I would not simply let Akatsuki get him." The bug user continued, "Why? Because every time one of us is sad, Naruto was there to make us feel better, forcing us to take another step forward by word or by force. Naruto made us into better persons, do you understand, Kiba? This is his power, greater than any jutsu, greater than any tailed beast, this is the power that will drive us forward." Hinata nodded, "Naruto Kun will be the one to lead us there." Shoji grinned as his father looked simply in awe, "Naruto, we believe in you, so, make us proud." Sakura simply looked at Naruto in melancholy, "Naruto." Sai, who had been with Sakura all this time, looked at the cherry blossom girl then back to Naruto. He then said to the girl, "Sakura, I may not understand Naruto and emotions that much, but even I can tell just how painful it must be for him to hear the news of Sasuke joining Akatsuki and the choice that he made on what to do." "But even so Sakura muttered. Sai continued, "It must be hard for Naruto to throw away his heart in order to keep your promise. Sakura, please stop whatever you are doing. You and Sasuke are the cause of his greatest pain." Sakura could only stare at Naruto biting her lip as tears began to fall. If indeed her actions were the ones to cause him pain, maybe it was time to tell Naruto about Shikamaru's decision as well as the rest. As Naruto finished his speech, everyone seemed fired up, including the children. With renewed vigor, they went back to repairing the village again. Naruto went to the office, his clones working double time on the paperwork ranging from budgets to status reports. Grabbing the summarized paperwork, he went out of his office, overseeing the repairs. According to the reports, the village repairs were coming along fine. Yamato had restored some of the amenities downtown. Most specifically the market and stores to jump-start the business district. Naruto raised an eyebrow as the western area of the village had been rather well off. The hot springs were receiving quite a nice batch of customers. Naruto wondered at that, perhaps hearing of Jiraiya's demise somehow made the place trustworthy again. As he went around town, he overlooked at the townspeople on the repairs, who apparently waved at him, with him waving back with a smile. Some of the women seemed to squeal however. Naruto scratched his head at that. Did he look that ugly that the women would scream like that? Whatever, he needed to go check on the other parts of town before he had to go tonight for that summit. He sighed, his work as Hokage was tiring, there were things to do and decisions to be made. Walking around the crater, Naruto saw Team Guy in front of him, minus their teacher. Lee was covering his eyes with his right forearm as the new Hokage approached them. Lee? What's the matter?" the blonde asked. "Naruto. Kun. I was absolutely taken by your speech earlier. Your passion has ignited a fire in my spirit. Already you show the sign of being a great leader." Tenten shrugged, "Ignore him, Blondie, he's just a little emotional after that little speech you gave." "Tenten, it's not courteous to call the Hokage names, I'm sorry Rokudame." "Sama, my team is a little." Neji apologized and bowed. Naruto seemed to groan at the new title and suffix and title he had just received, he'll never get used to it. Pull that stick out of your ass, Neji. This is Naruto we're talking about, he's not that particular about courtesy calls. Tenten mentioned, Neji begged to differ however. Titles are important Tenten, names are important. They tell that the person is a dignified member of the elite. Actually, I'm not that particular with names like that, Naruto had cut in. Neji seemed to raise an eyebrow and said, "That's not acceptable Rokudame. Sama, remember that you are now in the highest position. As such, you must display your authority as one." I believe that Naruto Kun's denial on title names is a show that states that he may be Hokage, but he is still a human like the rest of us. Naruto. Kun. Your fires of youth shine brighter than any of us. Lee shouted, tears of joy welling from the bowl-cut Chunin. Lee, Naruto doesn't want to be called with a title because he's still not used to it, not because he wants to be the same as other people. Why'd he accepted to become Hokage in the first place if he just wants to be the same as the people? Tenten argued. This is why he must show that he has an air of benevolence. Neji replied. The three then started arguing with each other. Naruto sighed, how did they become a team again? Oh right, dead last plus genius, plus smartest kunoichi. Naruto really needed to revise that formula. The rookies would most likely kill each other before they could take the Chunin exam. Naruto had first-hand experience just how disproportionate their team was ever since the Bell test, and although they grew up to complement their fighting styles, they fell apart. Sasuke left the village, Naruto was held back and Sakura remained stagnant. Their team dynamics were the worst in their generation. Neji, Lee and Tenten were lucky enough. Often they argued with each other and had a sensei that wasn't lax in team dynamics. Naruto and Sasuke argued with each other, while Sakura supported Sasuke, adding fuel to the fire. Kakashi may have hoped that Sakura would serve the mediator, but it already came too late to realize when Sasuke and Naruto were already at each other's throats, almost critically injuring or even killing each other. Naruto thought that Team 7 most likely fell apart when Sasuke watched as he fought off Gaara of the Sand when he was barely able to stop him. That showed his jealousy and inferiority complex that Team 7 didn't know Sasuke had. "Guys!" the blonde shouted, earning the attention of the three people arguing in front of him. The three immediately stopped and looked at their Hokage. "Could we please quit it with the pointless argument for a while? There's a village to rebuild, you know," Naruto exclaimed, silencing the three and standing up straight and saluted, saying, "We are terribly sorry, Hokage Sama." Naruto dropped his head and sighed. Just check on the supplies or something. The reports stated that Spring Country has just sent its aid to us." Neji had cut him off. "We already did, Hokage Sama, and the princess gave us a letter addressed to you." The Junin then handed to him the scroll. Naruto quickly unfurled the scroll and read it. Naruto flushed about halfway through. Apparently Koyuki had a dirty mouth about things that Jiraiya would seemingly giggle and enjoy, and said things were directed at him. Now it being a letter, Naruto couldn't really tell if she was teasing or not. That and the fact that she said she never knew that Naruto was such a big fan of the Icha Icha series. Sure, he read the books a few times, but he didn't really found it enjoyable as Kakashi had. Though from Koyuki's letter, it sounded like he was. Naruto had inkling as to who sent the letter and revised it. He made the letter the night he was about to leave, giving it to Kakashi to proofread and edit if ever he had said some awkward words to the head of state of Spring Country. Said Junin gave a simple nod and said to leave all of that diplomat letter bullshit to him. Naruto right now was sweating bullets as his face was flushing. "I need to have a word with Kakashi for this," Naruto said, unfurling the scroll further and found a storage seal. Massaging his temples, Naruto thought that he needed to teach Kakashi a lesson in suddenly putting him in a precarious situation that the Junin would have terribly enjoyed. Oh, for the love of... Unsealing the storage scroll, he saw a signed copy of the Icha Icha movie that Kakashi had been clamoring about 3 years ago. Naruto sighed. Yep, looks like he'll be taking a detour to Kakashi if he ever finds the man that is. "I swear he's like an endangered species or something," Naruto said, stalking away from Team Guy, who had then argued again as they walked off. Naruto then flipped the clipboard to oversee any other structures that needed repairing. The paper next to his list was the hospital. There were still a lot of injured people in the infirmary, and with the hospital staff being deployed to the makeshift tents for the injured and first aid to the people that got injured in reconstructing. There he met Inari and Tazuna, who had arrived earlier, discussing about what had happened here and how he became Hokage. Some of the men and women were looking at them strangely, but mostly out of curiosity as to how Naruto befriended two foreigners and how close they were to their Hokage. Apparently, Tazuna was there because of a hangover and Inari was there to guard his drunkard of a grandfather. They parted ways when Naruto had to go check the medical supplies and then receive the parchments for the approval of more aid. Naruto went through and talked to the hospital director about the received medical supplies. The director nodded and showed him crates and crates of medical supplies and equipment and stamped the approval of more incoming supplies from their allied countries. Spring was generous enough to offer a large amount of it. Checking the crates, he then said to the hospital director to take charge of any more supplies coming their way and that he should conserve them as much as possible. Nodding, Naruto thought it was time to visit the old lady, still in her coma. Coming into the tent, Naruto greeted Sakura and Shizune. Sakura merely looked sullen and continued her job. "How's Ba-chan?" Naruto asked as he kneeled beside wrinkle-faced Tsunade. "She hasn't woken up yet, but her vitals are normal. We're still trying our best in waking her up," Shizune said. Naruto mellowed down as she leaned to Tsunade and bowed. "I'm sorry I didn't make it in time," Naruto shouted to the unresponsive elder woman. Shizune and Sakura only looked at Naruto as he talked, holding his head and letting his tears fall. He cursed his inability to not make it in time. He cursed Danzo for the fate of Tsunade. He cursed the situation for not being able to do anything against the Warhawk. Being the commander of Root, it took a sizable amount of the Konoha military force. Simply reprimanding the man was far too risky even for him. First arrow. Sennin, not you too, I'm sorry for yelling at you when arrow. Sennin died. I'm sorry for not making it in time. I'm sorry for calling you Ba. Chan. I'm sorry for being a brat. I'm sorry for asking so much from you. I'm sorry I failed to protect Konoha. Naruto continued to bawl out his emotions as he continued to cry, hiding his eyes with his right forearm, indeed, despite the fact that Konoha had all of its villagers and shinobi alive. It didn't take away the fact that Konoha was destroyed. Konoha was decimated in a matter of seconds. Seconds that could have been prevented if he arrived earlier. Sakura merely watched as Naruto continued to cry. Naruto was mortified of himself. It was then that Sakura saw Naruto fall apart in front of her master. For Naruto, he considered Tsunade grandmother, even a mother at times. For him to suddenly fall apart in front of her was forcing her to cry as well. She bit her lip as Naruto cried. Naruto. This isn't how a Hokage should behave. Sakura shouted as she too cried. It was hard enough seeing Tsunade like this, but seeing Naruto fall apart like that as well was far too horrible for her. What do you know? Did you force yourself to make the decision regarding Sasuke? For the village? For the men that I may have stopped from sending them to war just because of him. I'm forced to label him as a missing nin. Even if I'm the Hokage, I couldn't do anything. I shouldn't even be here talking to you. Because it would just hurt you more to know that it was me who did this. Naruto shouted at his teammate. Not looking at Sakura. Sakura was silent, so he did know about Sasuke. Naruto. That's enough. Don't keep your promise anymore. Sakura literally shouted. She hated being so useless in this mess, so useless to Team 7. Naruto didn't speak as he stood up and got out. Please Naruto, don't hurt yourself because of us, Sakura mentioned, as she cried. Naruto bit his lip as he balled his hands to fists, shaking. I didn't become Hokage because I want to sacrifice my ideals like that. I became Hokage because I wanted to protect anyone that I can. I became Hokage because I knew it was the best way to deal with everything. I became Hokage so I could lead the people the right way and prevent any more tragedies that cross my way. Naruto only exited. He didn't face Sakura, with Naruto only saying, I'm going to beat him down to the ground this time. I'll be the one to pound the sense in him. I've had enough. As the Hokage, I'm going to do what's right for my people. Naruto only mentioned as he went to his office. As Naruto went away, Sakura was reminded of Sai's words. Sakura, please stop whatever you are doing. You and Sasuke are the cause of his greatest pain. Sakura was left contemplating those words. In the end, she couldn't say to Naruto what she had wanted to say from Shikamaru. There was no need. Naruto had already decided. Hokage's office. The events played out earlier had left Naruto mentally and physically exhausted. He never felt so drained by what happened earlier. To him, being Hokage was still an emotional roller coaster. As he looked out in front of him, his clones were frantically squirming in his office, carrying paperwork and discussing more of the needed work to be done. He glanced at his wall clock and noticed that it was nearing 4 in the afternoon. He stood from his seat, and the clones quickly began stacking the paperwork around, and vanished as Naruto ordered them to disperse. It was time. Calling for one of his messengers, he motioned for them to go look for Hitaki Kakashi and made a guy. In anticipation for the summit, Naruto looked over his backpack and then to the pictures of the former Hokages. With a firm resolve, he hefted the bag to his back along with the Hokage's hat and stood in front of his desk as Guy and Kakashi appeared 30 minutes later with their backpacks and cloaks for the cold weather in Iron Country. Naruto then said to the two, I hope both of you are prepared for what might happen at the Kage Summit. Kakashi stepped forward and said, the Kage Summit is an event that even Akatsuki can't ignore. They would most likely try to move and disrupt the meeting and in the process, at least kill one of them. Guy said without hesitation in his voice, I am prepared to face them, Hokage. Sama, we will defeat them without any hesitation. Naruto nodded to both and said, I chose the two of you because you were the best Junins that came to mind. I'm sorry for calling on such short notice. With a nod from both Junin, Naruto and his two escorts vacated the premises of the Hokage's office. As they went out, going to the northern gate towards Iron Country, he stopped when he suddenly turned around. The villagers and ninja alike were going with him, about to see him off. All of them lined up from left to right, shinobi and civilian, seeing him off. Take care, Hokage. Sama. Please be careful. Come back safe. Guy. San, Kakashi. San, please guard him well. Naruto smiled and raised his right hand above his head into a fist, signifying his affirmation. Kakashi replied, his orange book still in his hand, "Ma, we'll be fine." Guy nodded, "Hokage. Sama is important, so we won't let anything happen to him." As they walked off, Naruto, who had leave the team, couldn't help but smile, and a trickle of tear fell from his right cheek. A Hokage must be strong in front of his people, like a rock meeting the tides of fate and uncertainty on the shore. He must never waver. Is it your dream, Naruto-kun? To become Hokage? Naruto remembered those words from the wise Sandaime, as he turned back and took one last look at the Hokage mountain, his face still not carved on it. Don't worry. I won't let anything wrong happen. But just in case, watch over this village. Wind Country, Tsunade no Sato. Gaara looked up, the desert wind caressing his face, as he looked back to his people who were there to see him off. Young and old, men and women. His people. Please take care of yourself, Gaara. Sama. Tamari. San, Kankuru. San, please take good care of Kage. Sama. Tamari waved her hand to the townspeople, flapping her cloak as she said, "We will." Kankuro, however, rolled his eyes and said, "Not like he needs bodyguards anyway." Gaara simply said, "Courtesy call Kankuru, you know how much tension can escalate on the wrong words alone." "Whatever, I bet you're the only Kage there who doesn't look like a dried prune," replied his brother. "Say that to their faces and we might have a war on our hands, Baka. And I'll call your bet for 100 Ryo," said Tamari, casually grabbing a canteen of water and gulping a little off the bottle. She didn't know why she did that, as she knew that it was such a stupid bet, but somehow seeing Kankuru lose a bet from impossible odds, and seeing him eat her shoe like a damn goat. She was sold on this bet. "You're on. Loser has to eat the other's shoe." Kankuro pointed to his sister, smirking at the gamble. He had this in the bag. Lightning Country, Kumogakur no Sato. "Alright, everything's set, let's do this." "She. Darui," said the Raikage, slapping himself with both his hands, and jumped through the glass-stained window. She stood up from kneeling and said, "Not again. Hey, how much do you think the property damage that the Raikage will have to pay now?" The blonde sighed, as Darui scratched the back of his head and looked up, thinking of something. "Well, considering how fired up he is and where we are going, I'd probably say about 100,000 Ryo." She then approached the broken window and said, "So, you coming?" Darui shook his head, "Nah, too much hassle, I'll use the stairs instead. It's safer for me and my wallet." She shrugged. "My fruit stand. I'm sorry, I'll pay for it." The yells outside made Shi sweat drop and said to his friend who was smirking, "Yeah, I see your point. I think I'll use the stairs too. My ceramics. I'm sorry. I'll pay for it." She and Darui immediately scrambled down and meet up with the Raikage before the village funds could be drained from the Raikage's rampage throughout Kumo alone. Earth Country, Iwagakure no Sato. Akatsuki. Kurozuchi. Please take good care of Tsuchikage. Sama. Show them what you got. The short old man sighed and cradled his aching hip. "Ah, it's troublesome for someone my age to go to meeting that far," the man said, leaning against his wooden bag. "You youngsters don't understand how your hip becomes a virtual time bomb." The female of the group, wearing the standard uniform of Iwajunin, replied, "Why don't retire you then, Gramps? You can't really rely on your former glory forever." The biggest of the three, a plump man towering over the two, gave a laugh and leaned down while laughing. "I'll carry your luggage of your shoulders, Tsuchikage. Sama." The old man lashed out at the man, and ever the stubborn old crone shouted, "Don't touch, Akatsuki. I don't need your help." The old man then placed the saddles to his shoulders and lifted butt. A loud sickening crack was heard that both escorts flinched at, and then pain. Sweet mother, the pain. The aching, throbbing, grinding and excruciating pain. "Oh, h. My hips." The old man shouted in agony, shaking from the sudden gush of unpleasant nerves, signaling he sit this one out. But what remained him standing on his feet and preventing him to fall down was his pride as the Tsuchikage. Kurozuchi, trying hard to contain her laughter, said to the old man, "So, does that mean you'll send someone in your place?" The old man replied in the midst of his groans, "What are you saying? I'm the Tsuchikage. Fearsome leader of Iwagakure. I'll carry my own luggage." Kurozuchi sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose, stubborn old goat. Akatsuki then lifted the old man and his luggage and then said, "All right, carry your own luggage then, let's go." The old man couldn't really deny that request. Besides, a free ride is all that this old man needs to ease the pain on his back. Water country, Kirigakure no Sato. Now please take good care of yourself. An old man then handed the hat of the Mizukage to the rightful wearer. The man's hand wavering and shaking due to his Parkinson's. The others were simply amazed of this man's dedication to the village. Don't let anything go wrong. The old man continued holding the snake-ornamented staff that he held. The Mizukage replied, holding the hat on her hand and said, "I swear in my honor as Mizukage, I will fulfill my duty in the best of my ability." The old man then turned to her escorts. "Ow, Shojiro, please guard Mizukage." "Don't know well. I won't fail, probably," said the boy holding a very large sword the shape of a dried fish on his back. Adjusting his glasses, the elder replied. "Don't be so humble, Shojiro, you're strong, you're a member of the Seven. That why, you were chosen to guard me, okay Shojiro." The Mizukage squatted on the boy's eye level and smiled. Shojiro blushed and nodded with a smile. "Bah, you kids today, why can't you just say, 'Yes, ma'am'? We don't need you spouting on about, I'll do my best. Be a man, Shojiro. Grow a damn spine." Ao exclaimed. The Mizukage fell silent at that as the older man ranted about his generation and then Shojiro's generation. The Mizukage suddenly had that urge to behead the spouting old goat for reminding her that she needed a man in her life since she's almost half past the prime age of marriage. "Shut up Ao or I'll kill you," she said that with venom laced in her voice. Ao looked puzzled at that and remained silent, wondering what had gotten in the head of their leader. What the hell did he do? It wasn't like he was suggesting that the Mizukage was never going to marry. Honestly, she rushes this marriage thing way too much. There were countless men after her heart. She just needs to take the time not being Mizukage and walk from that office of hers. This was why this generation was such a failure. Why can't they use their own feet and eyes and be absolutely sure about what they were thinking? The Mizukage could feel the cold wind as she walked by with her escorts, wishing she had a man on her side right now. Oh, the woes of being single woman. Isn't any man interested in her? With a dejected sigh, the Mizukage walked with her escorts slouching down in depression. She had hoped at least, that she might find someone in Iron Country that will likely sweep her off her feet. In Fire Country. Achoo. Naruto sneezed and sniffed, a sudden chill just crawled down his spine. Brr, it's not yet even Iron Country and I'm already shivering. I think I might be coming down with something. Kakashi merely said, "Nah, you don't get sick because of your tenant. Must be the air here, this area is very humid." Yosh. If Hokage Sama is cold, then I will use my chest and warm him with a most youthful embrace. Come Hokage Sama. Come feel the manly chest of Maida Guy. The said man then gave a nice guy pose, complete sparkling teeth. Naruto merely shivered at the prospect and said, "No thanks, I'm already fine. Just, be 10 steps away from me, please." Kakashi merely chuckled under his mask. Thank God for it, his uncovered eye looked unflinching. Ah, the wonders of being a multi-talented person. It was then that Kakashi stopped in walking, stretching his hand slightly. Naruto stopped as well, looking to his upper right, as did Guy. Naruto didn't flinch. "We're being watched," Kakashi mentioned. Naruto nodded as did Guy. "Hokage Sama, I suggest you remain in your place, we'll take care of them for you." Naruto remained silent, slowly inching his hand towards the horizontally strapped Fuma shuriken strapped at the back of his waist. Naruto wondered who these people might be. Kakashi flicked his hand as quick as lightning, letting loose 3 shuriken. In a blink of an eye, 11 people jumped straight at them. All of them bearing the symbol of the Haniya clan. Kakashi was about to dash towards an opponent. Naruto motioned for him to stop as they threw shuriken and kunai in countless directions. "I'll handle this," Naruto said, as he grabbed the folded Fuma shuriken from the back of his waist and flipped it in mid-air, catching it by the handle with his left hand. Fuma shuriken, windmill mode. The Fuma gave a resounding click, as the blades separated and spun wildly. Naruto outstretched his hand and deflected the thrown weapons sent at him. Placing chakra on his feet, Naruto jumped and switched the Fuma shuriken with his right hand. Fuma shuriken, blade mode. Another loud clicking sound was heard. The Fuma shuriken immediately stopped and retracted to its blade form, deflecting the sword strike aimed above his head. Naruto bent his lower body forward and kicked the man by the abdomen. The kick forced the wind out of the man as he fell down on the ground, with the blonde hitting the man with the blunt part of shuriken at the back of his neck. As he landed upside down on a tree branch, the blonde had put his hands together in a middle index cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, and soon, 5 clones popped around the blonde, lunging at the men in every which way they appeared. Naruto then leaned his body forward, grabbing the tree branch that he stood, used the arm strength of his left hand to lift his body upward and kick the branch, jumping straight up. One of his clones dashed towards his opponent, Fuma shuriken drawn. The clone evaded a horizontal sword slash by doing a baseball slide. Once the clone had gotten past the swipe, it used the blunt part of the Fuma shuriken and rammed it straight to the man's knee, crippling him. As the man fell, the clone grabbed the sword by the hilt and stabbed it down on the ground. The man fell down as the clone chopped the back of his neck. "Who are you people? Why are you after me?" the blonde shouted. One of the men said, "Don't feign your innocence, scum. How many more blood of innocence will you spill in order to get what you want? We, the Hania clan of Wood Country, shall avenge the deaths of our clansmen." A clone had quickly caught the blade swipe sent at him. The clone blocked it with his Fuma shuriken as he then slid the flat part on the sword, quickly hitting the man by the throat. The man gasped for air, as the blunt part of the folded shuriken was jammed to his neck, making him step back and stumble down. "Damn you, Danzo," he said between gasps. The clone's eyes widened. "I'm not Danzo, I am Uzumaki Naruto." "Naruto. Don't mistake me for that old crone," Naruto shouted as another clone flipped in midair, punching the man by the gut, hitting the solar plexus. The man gasped for air as he fell down, knocked out. "Are you not the Hokage? Then you must be Danzo," one of the remaining men said. Naruto shouted, "The Hokage isn't that madman, I'm the Hokage." Naruto shouted as he dodged a blow that would have decapitated him. As he outstretched his right foot and gave sweeping kick, the man lost balance, as Naruto shouted, "Fuma shuriken, windmill mode," Naruto said as he flung the spinning projectile straight to one of his attackers, impaling the man on the shoulders and pinning him to one of the trees. Naruto then flipped the sword away from the man as he blocked a sword straight at his face, catching it with his bare hands. Naruto then asked, "Why are you still attacking me? Silence. Die, scum." With that, 2 people came at him, drawing their hands together and intricately woven their seals together. Kaden. Enden. Fire release. Fire bullet. Fuden. Reposho. Wind release. Violent gale palm. Cursing under his breath, Naruto dodged to the side, bringing out 2 kunai and flinging it towards the 2 men. As he ran for cover, the combined jutsu razed and incinerated anything in its path. The men were parried the flung projectiles with their swords, but was surprised when the kunai had burst into smoke. Kakashi seemed surprised at this. He let 2 Kage Bunshin perform henge and turn into kunai? Since when? It suddenly hit him, when Naruto had summoned his shadow clones, he was surrounded with them from all sides earlier. The clones couldn't have been noticed since the smoke had surrounded the blonde. Hokage. Sama thinks 2 steps ahead of his opponent. Guy commented and Kakashi nodded. Just then, Naruto emerged from the smoke, dragging 2 unconscious men by the collar. The one impaled on the tree was about to extract the offending weapon from his shoulder, but Naruto stopped him by pressing his hand on his uninjured shoulder and said, "Don't move. You'll just open your wound further. Just kill me now. You think that we'll quit just because you left us to live?" said the man. Naruto didn't move as he stared at the man that was glaring daggers at the man. "No, I don't, but I don't want the people that you love to come after me either," Naruto said. The man froze but snarled at Naruto, "I've already lost my family from Konoha. Letting me live is only a hindrance. Don't you want to live?" Naruto had cut off. "Don't say that you'd prefer to die just because you failed at something," Naruto said, his anger seething as he punched the stump behind the man. "You think this is supposed to make you feel better? You think having an eye for an eye is the proper way to solve things? You aren't God to decide to end the life of people that barely even know you." The man rose defiantly and seethed at the young Hokage. "You say that your people are innocent. Don't you dare play as the unsung hero in this. It's Konoha's fault that my wife and children are dead. All because of Danzo. The man retaliated, Naruto replied as he held the man by the collar. And you're going to do the same thing as he did? Killing innocent people left and right? Did you ever think just for a moment that you were probably on the same level as him? What was it, again? Scum. The man stopped. His grip on Naruto's hand loosening, as Naruto continued, if you want to be another Danzo then I won't hesitate to kill you, that way, I'll have stopped an evil worse than mine. Then why don't you kill me? This time, the man's voice was an audible whisper. Naruto replied, I'm giving you a choice. Do you want to live and search for a brighter future? Or seek revenge and die a miserable death? This time, Naruto's free hand was holding a kunai. A sudden surge of information entered his mind, telling him that the remaining 3 members were incapacitated. The man never thought something like this would happen. He had thought that he was prepared for death, prepared to face Danzo to his doom as he swung his sword, but this person stopped him, made him realize just how foolish it was to throw his life away. His reply was an audible whisper. Naruto said, "What's that? I can't hear you. Speak up." I said, "I want to live." The man shouted as he cried in his answer. His wife, his children, they were never going to come back. The times where his nightmares had plagued him every night, eased only by the liquor that had been his company and his remaining clansmen. They were all that he had left, and if they die, that verge of sanity in him will vanish like a flickering match, for you will have nothing left, not even alcohol can douse that pain. As Naruto had retracted the Fuma shuriken from the man's shoulder, the throwing star returned to its folded form and Naruto wiped the blood away. Satisfied with the man's answer, he knew, shinobi may have been trained to kill and to treat death as normal as possible. But the fear of death was still there, it still lingers in the heart of all, even shinobi, trained and dedicated his life in that field for years, fear death. The man sat on the ground, as he cried and cried out. Holding his head with Naruto turning his back on the man, walking away. Hokage. Sama, we should. It's fine, Guy. Sensei, leave them, they've learned their lesson. Naruto said as they walked away. Guy was surprised by Naruto's decision to leave them be. Kakashi wasn't, however. This is the Hokage that had trained under Jiraiya, Guy. Have you ever seen such a boy that could do that to his enemy? I've only heard rumors, but this is the first time I saw him do it. It's as if Kami himself willed inside him. Guy was astonished to say the least. Never had he seen someone as unique as Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Sama had stated once that he treated the lives of every human being as precious. He would often light candles when he got home to pray for the souls that he had tragically ended. Naruto was the opposite of that when he was a child. To Naruto, what was most important to him back then was his existence, acknowledgement. Desperation often lingered in Naruto's mind as a child. He looked on in the village with a mere complacent and hated expression. He wasn't opposed to killing back then. Kakashi knew that his first and only kill was Sasori's spy, Yura, who Naruto had driven his Udama Rasengan, great ball spiraling sphere, at the said man's chest, tearing blood vessels and cardiac muscles apart. And although Naruto had ended his training with Jiraiya back then, Kakashi saw Naruto's expression as that of regret when they had camped the night before they saw Gaara. Kakashi had wondered how much change Jiraiya influenced on the boy and the boy to Jiraiya. Oh yeah, Kakashi. Sensei, I have to talk to you about something. I don't appreciate it when you revise my whole letter to the Princess of Spring Country and chucking in a copy of the movie of Icha Icha Paradise to be signed. Naruto mentioned looking at his sensei with a scowl on his face, forcing Kakashi out of his reverie. Ma, don't make a big deal about it, Naruto. And thanks for letting her sign my copy. Kakashi said, kissing the movie copy of his favorite series and placing it back in his pouch. You know what just happened? Koyuki sent me a letter and talked dirty to me. And since it was a letter, I didn't know if she was teasing or if it was the real deal. You just opened a can of worms in front of my face, sensei. The worst part is you made it with my seal of authentication. Naruto answered. You worry too much, Naruto. For one thing, if she ever did those acts to you, she'll be labeled a cradle robber. Of course, most of the female population older than 18 in Konoha already consider you jailbait now. Naruto stood agape at that. What? Then that means all those girls squealing at him earlier were. Kakashi chuckled under his mask and said, raising the pitch of his voice, mimicking a female's, oh, Naruto. Sama was so cool back there. He's so sexy. Would he father my babies? Or so I've heard. Naruto could only say, not finding his voice to speak in the matter. I think you just broke him, Kakashi, said Guy. Kakashi chuckled further. Oh come on, it's as if Jiraiya-sama never taught you anything about women. Naruto, finding his voice to speak again, there wasn't anything to learn but to view women's anatomy while staying hidden before they kick the crap out of you. Naruto shivered as he ran down memory lane. The misadventures with the Toad Sage were memorable on his part. Mostly because he had more than once ran away fearing for his life from the crowd of women that were carrying weapons sharp enough and threatening them to get them fixed. Jiraiya had stated once that he'll get used to the challenge eventually, as it could also serve his training in speed and stealth. The fact that Naruto could run so fast was partially thanks to Jiraiya, and partially to Tsunade, who had been Jiraiya's inspiration when they were kids to get the hell out of Dodge when the time called for it. As they spoke often with Kakashi's amused tone, Naruto's embarrassment and Guy's outbursts, they got closer and closer to Iron Country. Snow began to fall gently on the ground. Naruto and the rest saw the giant gaping maw that ran on 3 different directions. The landmark seemed intimidating as well. Naruto? Naruto turned around, finding the source of the voice. Naruto saw it was Gaara. What are you doing here? The redhead asked. Naruto grinned at that. Grabbing the red quadrilateral hat from his back, he placed it on his head and asked, that answer your question? Gaara seemed to smile at this. Kankuro and Temari looked astonished, Kankuro more so. I suppose it does. Gaara mentioned with a smile. Indeed, it was a surprise to see Naruto become Hokage so soon. He had heard reports that Konoha was invaded by Akatsuki's apparent leader, Pain. What was surprising though, was the fact that Naruto was the one to legitimately take the seat. He had heard bad rumors of the Hokage being a man that had ruled the black ops of the village, notorious for numerous secret deals and genocides outside of Konoha. Seeing Naruto becoming Hokage had put Gaara's mind at ease and dispels such rumors going abound in the ninja world. Naruto commented, wow Gaara, you grew your hair a little. Yes, the works of being a Kage can be quite bothersome. That, and I supposed it looked fitting for me. Gaara commented. Naruto merely rolled his eyes. There must be some mistake, there has to be. Kankuro shouted, all the while Temari was smirking at her brother, oh yeah, she always did love being right. Oh, there isn't one, dear brother. Do you really think Kakashi-san would be Hokage if he didn't carry the hat? Temari asked, sneering at her brother who was grumbling as he rummaged to his wallet and handed over 100 Ryo bill. What's going on? Asked Kakashi, curious at the banter between the Sand siblings. Temari and Kankuro had a bet to see if there was a Kage close to my age. Temari won. Gaara simply mentioned. Ah, a simple game of luck Then my bet to you, rival Kakashi, is that there is a woman for a Kage who is nearing middle age and is concerned about not finding the proper husband. Guy exclaimed. Kakashi, already on autopilot, said, You say something, Guy? Kakashi, you and your hip ways always manage to get on my nerves. That is why you are my eternal rival. Guy shouted. The wind blew, the people were already moving ahead. Guy's head bowed as he could feel that he was ignored with his speech. Guy soon dashed back again to the group that had ignored his speech and saw that Kankuro was chewing something. Temari asked while laughing, wearing a new pair of shoes and holding her sides due to her fits of laughter. So how's the shoe, Kankuro? Kankuro replied in a deadpan voice in the middle of his chewing, like athlete's foot. That earned him a kick in the shin. Iron Country's harsh winters were like a desert in reverse. There are trees, but they hardly have leaves on them. The fauna also does not fare well. Some species can only survive the severe winter weather. Specifically, there was a rare bird found only in Iron Country that was renowned for its grace in the harsh, frozen landscape. It was called the snow owl. The aforementioned creature, which was only supposed to fly at night, spread its wings during the middle of the day. The aforementioned bird landed on a rather large man with orange hair on his forearm. The man said to Sasuke as it nestled close to him. Sasuke nodded and Jugo said, There's a path in the west that's barely guarded. Good, we're moving. Karen, detect Danzo for us. Though Karen appeared terrified of this, the Uchiha ordered. The redhead asked, Hey, I'm coming as well. To which Sasuke simply replied, "At this time, your ability is most needed." Then Sasuke addressed the half plant, half man. Zetsu, was it? You will tell me how Danzo looks like. Don't lie to me. Zetsu just gave Sasuke a small smile and said, "Don't worry, I won't. Danzo is not an ally of ours." Sasuke grimaced as he peered up at the structure known as the Three Wolves' Fanged Maw. Danzo will soon be able to taste the blade piercing his stomach. He is going to pay for his transgressions. Zetsu peered around the area where the 5 Kages would assemble as Sasuke and the others broke into the pyramid shaped structure that stood in the center of the wolf's fanged maw. His one present looked from the periphery to the center and back again. Zetsu said, "This is disturbing, I don't see Danzo anywhere." Sasuke was growing agitated and more enraged at the man who had accompanied them to the summit. "What? Are you telling me that Danzo isn't here?" Sasuke yelled at Zetsu, staring at the beginning. 2. The alarmed man with a killing intent beginning to seep out of him. Since Madara had hinted that Sasuke was now crucial to the revelation of Tsuki no Mi, if Danzo was not the Hokage, then the disruption of the 5 Kages summit would be in vain. However, Sasuke would need to be trained to the same degree as his brother, Uchiha Itachi, in order to accomplish that. Zetsu was specifically instructed by Madara to keep an eye on the boy's growth because Sasuke would be competing against Uzumaki Naruto, the Senju clan's representative. Sasuke was on the verge of losing patience when he learned that the Hokage had arrived at last. Gazing downward, he was unable to see the subject's face because of the hat. Outside walls of the Land of Iron. Sitting in the hotel, Danzo watched the snow fall at an incredible rate and said, "Torun, be prepared to be on standby, we will commence our operation before the summit ends." Danzo was aware that the Akatsuki would find it difficult to ignore the Kage summit movement. However, he was aware of another aspect of that summit. Given the current state of affairs and Akatsuki's eventual capture of 8 of the tailed beasts, the 5 great villages would need to band together in order to take aggressive action and recover the Biju. Since Konoha is the only village that hasn't yet lost its host, they would undoubtedly designate the Hokage as the alliance's supreme leader. Scoffing, Danzo imagined the youthful Hokage in charge of the coalition. Danzo muttered, the alliance would most likely fall apart if he leads. For this reason, he had devised a plan that would give him flexibility in the event that the Hokage gave up his position. A tiny smile appeared on Danzo's creased face, revealing a glint that wasn't there before. Location of the summit. One of the people in charge greeted the Hokage, who had taken off his hat to reveal a spiky blonde who appeared no older than the Kage. The boy in the center with the Hokage's hat in his hand caught the attention of the people still inside the building as he said, "I am glad that you could make it, Hokage." "Dono." The blonde nodded. The others were taken aback, though, as they had assumed that the Hokage would be one of 3 people, the enigmatic and dubious Danzo, the long-haired white-haired toad sage, Jiraiya, or the voluptuous blonde Tsunade. The Kage advanced and towered over the new Hokage, who had been staring at him with great intensity as well. Naruto could tell the man's rank from his lightning symbol hat. Without adding the suffix, Dono, Naruto asked, his disrespectful demeanor evident as he looked up at the Kage. "Can I help you, Kage?" The boy was met with a glare from the Kage. As he walked away, the Kage merely said, "For Konoha's sake, you better speak your mind, boy." Naruto didn't appear intimidated. "Oh my, I never thought that the Hokage would be one so young and so good-looking." If the imposing Kage had ever intimidated Naruto, he would have jumped with surprise at the voice speaking from behind. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw a stunning woman whose long red hair obscured her right eye and whose dress barely covered her incredibly smooth chest and shoulders. She was holding the water, symbolizing aqua blue hat. The Mizukage said, her hands covering her mouth in shock, "My, aren't you the cute Kage? Is your father the legendary Yellow Flash? I heard he was such a cutie as well." Because the Mizukage was getting too close for his comfort, Naruto raised his hands and gestured for her to move away. Again, what were those sizes? A, B. Cup? The suggestive images that suddenly entered Naruto's mind were met with a mental shake of the head. Really, what was up with powerful men and women? Why does this remind me of what Anko did to me during the Chunin exam? Naruto asked himself in his head. Furthermore, why is the child wearing the glasses staring at me as if he were trying to pierce my brain? No matter how ridiculous the wager was, Guy would have won if he had placed it sooner since he had accurately predicted the woman's level of desperation for a husband. Sasuke had an idea when he looked down from above and saw that Naruto was the Kage. Karen questioned, "Sasuke, so does this mean we will now abandon the idea of assaulting the place?" Sasuke shook his head and remarked, grinning. "Someone with Konoha's affiliation must know where Danzo and the elders normally reside within Konoha, and I happen to personally know the Hokage. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki is here? Someone leaked false information from Konoha," Zetsu said, bracing himself for the worst. He had witnessed the battle between the nine-tailed host and Pain. Despite Sasuke's advantage with the Sharingan would be essentially useless if Naruto could attack from all directions. The nine-tailed host is a dangerous opponent to mess with, especially considering that the Blonde's abilities have improved since their last encounter and that they initially destroyed 5 of Pain's 6 paths. Maybe he miscalculated, but Madara had insisted that Sasuke wake Susanoo in this particular location. However, it would be meaningless if Sasuke were to pass away. Zetsu, a skilled spy, was taken aback by his sudden inferiority. Even after he had double-checked the Leaf Village, the information he had obtained was so scant that it only made him shudder to think of what Madara would do. But Sasuke said nothing, preferring to observe the blonde as she interacted with his escorts, Kakashi and Guy, 2 more well-known faces. "You mean to tell us that is Naruto?" "Now this is an interesting turn of events," Suigetsu said, but Sasuke stayed composed. "If that guy managed to defeat Pain, then he might cause us a lot of trouble." Suigetsu could feel himself hyperventilating. This was something he knew he'd face. Sasuke said in a matter of fact tone, "We are facing Kage-level shinobi, Suigetsu. Facing Naruto or any of the other Kages should have reached to your mind that we are going to fight monsters." But for some reason, he was second guessing himself after Naruto vanquished Madara's most formidable minion. He learned that the members of Akatsuki were all S-class shinobi from the stories he had heard from others. It wasn't that he was disparaging Sasuke, but the fact that they were up against 5 people who could kill any S-class missing nin made them look like suicidal shinobi. Even though Sasuke is an A to S-class ninja, these were mid to high-class ninjas with serious business. He merely hoped that he and his group would make it through this, Karen excluded, as Suigetsu disliked her. He doesn't care that she can convulse until she dies. He actually detested her, and the only reason he hasn't attempted to murder the screaming bitch is because he knows Sasuke wouldn't approve. Jugo. Well, Sasuke can survive as long as he can restrain his desires. There wasn't much more to say. The delegations from Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kumo, and Kiri were seated in front of the kanji that represent their respective villages below, where the meeting was set to begin. Then someone sat at a table away from them, his long flowing black hair covering his back and his head propped up on bandages. "Good day, I am Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron. I will represent as the mediator of this meeting." Mifune instructed the 5 Kages to set their hats on the table as they sat, and each Kage followed suit. Looking around, Naruto saw that he was in the middle of the gathering and that the character fire was written on a curtain behind him. Kakashi and Guy were behind him. Naruto pulled his collar and swallowed nervously as the Mizukage, who was staring at him, was to his extreme right. Gaara, the Kage, was next to the Mizukage on his near right. The Raikage, whose build could intimidate anyone in the room if they were not on the same level as him, was to his far left, and the Tsuchikage, to his near left, appeared to have a large tumor on his nose. Mifune, the mediator, was seated in front of him. "Now we commenced at the start of the summit," the aforementioned man uttered. The Tsuchikage was giving Naruto a hard look and could feel his own perspiration starting to rise. The Hokage made an amazing appearance. A lot of people would view that face in Iwa as the face of the devil, the one with orders to completely destroy them, the Butcher of Iwa, the only ninja in history to ever be given the order to flee on sight if they saw the yellow flash on the battlefield. "Very well, I'll start." The oldest Kage turned to face the Kage in response to this. Who covered his mouth with his hands and spoke. Naruto did nothing but sit and observe the young Kage talk, his arms resting on the armchair. This Kage meeting is already pointless in my opinion. 8 of the tailed beasts had already been captured. Akatsuki has already amassed enough firepower to take down any country it sets its sights on. The only way for us to counter Attack this organization now is to use a massive joint military exercise before they capture the nine-tailed host. This is how dangerous Akatsuki has become. Gaara then closely examined Naruto, who was unable to serious. Though it seems that Naruto is the last person Akatsuki needs to worry about, protecting him would probably result in a great deal of casualties for them, even though it would only make it easier for them to fall victim to a trap. The Kage went on to say, I sent requests for aid to the other major villages countless times, but they were all ignored except by the former Hokage. The Tsuchikage retorted, Humph, if a country had its host captured, then it has no business giving other countries orders, it's an embarrassment to the village. If you had lost your host, then why didn't you try to recover it in secret? Once it's stolen, you can't expect other countries to help you. This young man needs to be taught politics and other such things. That was true. Even though they have decreased over time, international hostilities persist in the age of disarmament. Jinchuriki were frequently thought of as super spies operating in secret and only being called upon during major battles. They were the wild card or the trump card of any village that possessed them, secret weapons that could instantly set off massive genocides. The decision to make or break would be made by the hosts. Because of this, in periods of inactivity, destructive soldiers like them were hardly ever needed. It took time and resources to train Jinchuriki to handle their beasts with true competence. As peace persisted, resources for financing the military grew more scarce. Then did you try retrieving them, your hosts? The scowling Hokage inquired of the more senior Earth Shadow. The arrogant elder glanced at the mirrored yellow flash and responded, no. The first Jinchuriki we had, Rushi, retired from shinobi duty more than 10 years ago. Since then, he has secluded himself and eluded most of my actions to retrieve him. Han vanished 3 years ago on a mission from Numa no Kuni. Han was a very dangerous subject, he was far too unstable. Instead, he became a liability for the village. I couldn't very well exhaust time and money on a very unstable man. That shit. That man treats hosts like they are test subjects, how dare he? Naruto grimaced internally at the oldest Kage. As a host himself, he attempted to control his rage since it was humiliating and dehumanizing to be treated like a test subject. The man had a poor understanding of human nature. Even though he was elderly, his methods of handling situations were far too harsh. He tightened his grip on the chair's handle and mentally counted backwards from 10. He did not want to take the chance of going to war with a village that had largely escaped Akatsuki's schemes. Naruto noticed that Gaara's eyes flinched slightly, indicating that he was also becoming agitated with the Tsuchikage. Like most of the other Kages, Naruto kept his poker face. The enormous man who had stood up caught the attention of all the Kages, and even his enormous, ostentatious gauntlets trembled with his arms. The Kage broke a piece of the table in front of him to show exactly how he felt right away. The other people in the room instantly leapt in response, landing squarely in front of their leaders' tables. The bloodline limits were about to activate, weapons were drawn, fists were raised, and hand seals were made. The intermediary said, I suggest you refrain from doing unnecessary actions. We came here to talk, not to do such barbaric things. The next Kages motioned to their guards to drop their weapons and return to their posts. Kakashi listened intently, sensing the Kage was about to speak. Guy had muttered, this isn't going exactly well. I didn't call of you here to talk about the tailed beasts. I called all of you here to know where your loyalties lie exactly. The Kages arched an eyebrow in confusion. Then, as they watched, the Kage, enraged at every last one of the remaining Kages, scowled at the Kage's composure. But it appeared as though the Hokage was growing more and more tense. He appeared to be frowning on his own. Konoha, Iwa, Suna, Kiri, most of the members of that organization came from your villages, particularly Konoha. All of you and even the former Kages, your nations had been under suspicion of using Akatsuki at least once. The Kage had yelled. This time, Naruto had spoken up, rising to his feet in a fit of rage and indignation, saying, what? Used Akatsuki? What do you mean used Akatsuki? Was Gaara's question to the Kage, expressing his surprise at not knowing this beforehand. After him, this better have a good explanation why you're blaming my nation as well. The Sandaime died because of one of its former members, my predecessor was placed in a coma by one of them. You tell me why my village would use Akatsuki when it was clearly invaded. This abrupt revelation infuriated Naruto. Who would dare employ those bastards to advance them toward their objective? Your village council may not have told you this, but Orochimaru was enlisted to help in your invasion of Konoha. It was unclear if he was still part of that organization. The Kage turned to face the Kage. The biggest Kage went on to say, 2 of the former Kages died as a result of that operation. I can't help but think that this was set up from the inside of one particular village. Naruto scowled even more as it appeared to be directed towards just one person. Danzo. The great countries are enjoying a relative time of peace. They are moving from military expansion to disarmament. As tensions between the countries ease, the risks of war grow smaller, the Tsuchikage said, feeling that this was the appropriate moment to share the facts about the current state of affairs. However, there's a problem there, the Mizukage continued, and the Tsuchikage nodded. Military villages are a drain in a country's resources. With this relative peace and disarmament, what would happen if war suddenly broke out? We can't rely on ninjas that are inexperienced and untested in battle. We'd lose the war. We'd lose our prospective clients, our village would fall. So one way of dealing with that was to use a mercenary force like Akatsuki? Gaara asked, appearing to grasp the concept. The Tsuchikage stood by. It would take time and considerable resources for a village to build a powerful force. Akatsuki were professionals, they were hired for a relatively small amount, add to the fact that they showed good results. Then, pointing to the water shadow, the Kage spoke, what about Kiri? Intel reports stated that Akatsuki started as a mercenary group there. With no diplomatic relations to any of the countries, your village above all remains suspicious. The Mizukage gave a bow and said, to tell all of you the truth, there were rumors that the former Mizukage was being controlled by someone. It could have been Akatsuki, but with no leads and evidence to point it out to them, I didn't make a big deal out of it. The Tsuchikage then pointed to the lightning shadow and said, did you not know that you caused panic when reports of your brother, being sealed with the Hachibi, and another host for the Nibi? Other nations would not have used Akatsuki if you had not gathered military might. The oldest Kage was then threatened by the Kage. You watch what you're saying, you old crone, or I'll smash you with my Iron Kuro. Iron Claw. The Hokage's words prevented the escorts from erupting once more. Stop. Before any of you start smashing each other's fists, I'm going to share vital info on you based on the intelligence that were gathered in Konoha. I don't like where this is going any more than any of you do. But if we're going to discuss about Akatsuki, then I must very well tell you one key piece of information about the organization. The Hokage went on to say, 7 days ago, my village was invaded again, this time directly by 2 of the members of Akatsuki. One of them was supposed to be the apparent leader of the group, up until in the middle of our fight. I've lost consciousness and wound up losing control as the host of the 9 Tails. With the Kage out for blood and the Hokage providing information on the remaining members, it was foolish for the organization to interrupt this meeting. The remaining Kages turned to face the blonde, whose steel gaze captured the attention of everyone in the room. Many would laugh at the idea that Akatsuki might be coming for him right now because 5 of the most powerful ninjas were in one place. I've studied in Fuinjutsu to a certain extent, and although I'm no master, I'm adept at it. During the lapse on my consciousness, the seal placed on me activated a fail-safe program that rewound the seal. It was in this process that I met with the imprint of the 4th Hokage. The man's title alone was enough to make the Tsuchikage blush. He told me that during the night of the assault of the 9 Tails to my village 16 years ago, he had met and fought with a man wearing a spiral mask. The same man that manipulated the leader of AIM, Nagato, was there when we had a mission in retrieving Uchiha Sasuke. The man was bearing the uniform of the organization. Be quick about it, Hokage. My patience is running thin. The impatient Kage yelled at the fair Kage. Naruto dismissed the observation and kept going, being the person here along with one of my escorts most experienced in having encounters with Akatsuki and most of its members. I met Uchiha Itachi and said to me one name that you all have heard. This is when Naruto said, Uchiha Madara. With a book out of his pocket, Naruto responded, this spiral-masked man. The only person yet to be identified in this bingo book might very well be the true leader of Akatsuki, Uchiha Madara. At that moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The oldest Kage remarked, I thought he was long dead. Most of us did as well, it's unbelievable, but, from the intelligence reports left to me from one of the root members, it's been confirmed. Replied Naruto. The Tsuchikage could only mutter, I guess he really is a monster then. He had read tales of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan patriarch, who was rumored to be able to control Biju with his will. The majority of the fights he and Hashirama had fought were stories passed down from one generation to the next. The only thing that could allow them to defeat Akatsuki if Madara is, in fact, still alive and leading him would be to defeat him in great numbers. To employ a bold scheme that would probably lead to him working with the Kages in this exact room. Mifune had said that he was using his mediation skills. As the leader of a neutral country, I have to say, the leader of Akatsuki has studied the current of the times very well. He used the stability and suspicion of other countries to increase his power and spread his agenda unnoticed. If this continues, Iron Country will as well fall to this menacing threat. With everything spiraling out of control, Mifune closed his eyes and took a deep breath after learning all of these things in a single day. But there's always a silver lining in this. It's rare for the 5 Kages to have a meeting like this. What do all of you think? Until Akatsuki is taken care of, why don't you all form a 5-village alliance? An alliance? The Raikage inquired, startled. It didn't seem possible. Mifune continued, the chain of command should be uniform, and Naruto remained silent, pondering the state of affairs and believing that things had gotten out of control. We wish to keep things clear going forward. Then the Kage got up from his chair and spoke. And the question at hand is, who will be in charge of this new army at the highest level? Mifune retorted, the only way you'll know who wins is by fighting each other. As a result, I will make the decision among all of you, and I would like for you to respect my decision as an impartial party. Beyond the fanged maw of the wolves. Danzo had ordered as he sat down on his chair, Torun, Fu. Commence the operation. The 2 most elite members of Root nodded and sent messenger birds flying quickly to Konoha, where the only sound coming from was the howling of the snowstorm outside. Konoha. Sakura had a gloomy expression on her face as she sat next to the Godime's prone form. The message Sai had left behind still fresh in her mind, along with Naruto's constant gnawing at her mind whenever she had a moment to herself. Sakura, please stop doing whatever you're doing. You're the reason Sasuke is hurting the most. I will do what is right for my people as the Hokage. Shisho, tell me what's best for me. She pressed her forehead to her knees and asked, I don't even know if what I'm doing is right anymore. Unlike the rest of the villagers, she did not wish Naruto away in her depression. The memory of him in their earlier conversation, as well as those blue eyes that prepared themselves for what was to come, made it difficult to bear. The times that the 3 of them spent together were the times that made her the happiest. Despite their frequent arguments, Sasuke and Naruto still joined Akatsuki, attacked, and captured the Raikage's brother, possibly to be left for dead. Is it really worth it? Was it really that important for Team 7 to get back Sasuke here? The Cherry Blossom's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Sai entered Tsunade's tent and sat next to his teammate. Sakura peered at the pale Root member, wondering why Sai was so quiet, even though he was usually rude and would often smile blindly. At that moment, Sai bowed to greet the unconscious Godem and placed a crumpled piece of paper on the ground close to Sakura. Sakura then carefully took hold of the note and unfolded it. She perused a book. Danzo is going to kill Naruto. Please inform him. I can't do so. I am forbidden to say anything about this, but Danzo Sama is about to instigate a usurpation to power. I can only convene to you this message in written form for fear of the other members may have become suspicious of my activities. Sai, is this accurate? After Sai was unable to nod more than once, Sakura rose from the ground and whispered to Shizune. Senpai, I need to go to Iron Country and inform Naruto of the situation before they can begin. Shizune nodded and watched as Sakura went out to find team members that she would probably need. Root was going to pull off a coup, so she had to move quickly. Summit. What? The Raikage questioned with skepticism. Naruto was speechless, his eyes wide with shock. He should not be doing this. It is too much, and his duties in the village are already difficult. The mediator calmly explained his reasoning for the choice he had made, saying, Konoha is the only hidden village that has not yet lost its host. Furthermore, putting him in a position of authority increases the likelihood of limiting Akatsuki's movement. I don't see what the issue is with this. They are clearly doing something right if they still have their host. As the Raikage was furious, the Kage concurred, saying, but to take orders from a child. In particular, the yellow flashes. Never would I. While I have nothing against the 4th Hokage, is there a teenager who assumed the title of Kage less than a week ago? The coalition would undoubtedly disintegrate. Despite the raps directed at him, Naruto believed the Raikage's exclamation to be true. "I'd have to agree with them. I'm still not suited to take command of such a large-scale army," he said, raising his arm. "If you let me, I don't think we will be successful." "Yes, that's true, but your village has managed to keep you inside its walls," Mifune said, nodding. "Additionally, you've dealt with the majority of the members before. You should take the lead." I can't take this kind of responsibility," Naruto uttered. "I'm not." Although Mifune could understand what the young person had said, he asked, "Is it right that a leader should set an example?" "Then you are already an example to the other countries as you are the only host still accounted for," Mifune said after Naruto nodded. "It implies that Konoha is experienced in handling similar circumstances, and if your predecessor can handle it, then so can you. The younger generation has an obligation to outperform the older ones, after all." Curling his trembling hands into fists, Naruto said nothing. All he could do was bite his lip in frustration and close his eyes as he bowed, wishing himself to disconnect from the outside world. All he wanted was to be Hokage, to bring peace, but if he led this, it meant that he had broken his promise to Nagato. "What should I do, damn it? Alright, you'll be the one to find the answer for me if I can't. I'll always be with you, son. You'll be the one to find that answer. Be brave and keep going down that path you've chosen. I'm putting my trust in you. Yahiko's dream is now mine. My dream is yours. Is this it? Was this the perfect peace I was hoping to attain? Peace via war? Giving up something for wealth? I'm betraying Nagato's confidence. Damn it, damn it, damn it." A samurai had rushed to the gathering, bursting into the Kage's conversation with the cry, "Uchiha Sasuke has invaded the summit." The water shadow questioned, "What is he doing here?" As all of the Kages got up from their seats. "Ever the ill-tempered man," the Raikage yelled, "I don't care. Darui, we intend to defeat Uchiha Sasuke." Everyone fell silent after a few minutes, and Naruto thought, "Maybe facing Sasuke head on would help me clear my head." At that moment, Naruto got up and announced, "We're going to Kakashi and Guy." The rest of the Kages stared down at the fire shadow, his eyes overshadowed. Both Guy and Kakashi nodded. "I just want answers. Raikage may want to cool his head." "We will back the Raikage and the Kumo team, Kakashi and Guy," Naruto declared. "You all know what to do," and 3 Kage Bunshin materialized with a flip of his hands to create a middle index cross seal. Liking her lips, the Mizukage said, "What a fine young man indeed." With a nod, the 3 clones moved away from the sight of the other Kages. Raikage versus Sasuke. Chidori. As the Raikage encircled his body with lightning chakra, his chakra flaring and buzzing like an overloading circuit around his body, Sasuke described racing towards him in a straight line. Abruptly, the Raikage advanced, extending his elbow towards the Uchiha's extended hand. The chakra's shockwave knocked back several samurai from their positions as elbow and jutsu clashed and lightning crackled between the 2 fighters. Sasuke cursed as he dove back, dodging one of the Raikage's powerful fists as it came hurtling toward him like a meteor. What happened to his Chidori? Darui unleashed a lightning chakra blast to the sword, shocking Suigetsu as he ducked under a blow from him. The apprentice of Zabuza scrambled backwards as Jugo materialized from behind, his curse seal partially activated, his arm twisted and changing form in a hideous way. The enormous Taka man charged at Darui, who ducked and allowed the raging powerhouse Jugo to run past him. Jugo went straight to the Raikage, who, having activated his jutsu, reacted immediately, kneeing Jugo in the stomach before using his powerful palm to force Jugo out of his position and slamming him against the wall. The Raikage reacted quickly, ducking beneath the swipe and then grabbing Sasuke by the waist and raising him up like an adult would a child. Darui smirked as Sasuke materialized from behind, his sword crackling with lightning. Raidage. Sama's Jutsu, Raiden. Yoroi Lightning Release. Armor allows his synapses to respond in the speed of light, causing his reflexes to be comparable to the 4th Hokage and his attacks to become faster and stronger, even though Uchiha Sasuke is equipped with the Sharingan. The Raikage then grabbed Sasuke by the neck and threw him to the ground, using his immense strength to cause the ground to collapse. The Raikage then yelled and attacked Sasuke with a powerbomb. Heiga Bomu. Liger Bomb. The Uchiha was relieved to be alive by the set of bones behind him, and the Raikage jumped back as black flames shot up from the ground. Sasuke was slammed onto the ground, feeling the impact of the damage given to him. His head was shaking from the attack. Sasuke was struggling to stand up when the enormous Kage suddenly leapt to his feet and executed a Tsukuyomi towards Shi, who had used a genjutsu to temporarily blind and disorient Suigetsu. This allowed Darui to move closer to Suigetsu and slash the boy who had liquefied as his weapon passed through the fanged boy, who appeared like a shark. Sasuke was panting. Those three were strong. The Raikage wasn't a cage for nothing, and even with his Sharingan, he couldn't follow the Raikage's movements. They were moving too quickly for his eyes to react to. Shi had suddenly fallen when Sasuke activated his genjutsu, causing his left eye to bleed as did his right. Sasuke was taken aback when the Raikage managed to keep up with him, seemingly without any effort at all, as the big shadow yelled, "This is for my brother, Uchiha Sasuke." After Sasuke had avoided another vicious punch that broke a section of the upper bleachers. Arubo. Elbow. Sasuke was thrown away from the Raikage, skidding and collecting dust clouds in his path, finally being embedded on the wall. Thrusting his right elbow again, lightning danced around him. Sasuke couldn't evade in time as the elbow thrust towards his chest, pushing him in a powerful force that would have stopped the heart of any normal man. In a fortunate turn of events, Sasuke set off Susanoo once more. This time, the bones were visible as it encircled Sasuke and moved away from the debris. With a hoarse voice, Sasuke begged, "Get out of my way. This fight with the Raikage is starting to wear me out." Interior space. The Hokage silently left to find some answers while the Raikage let loose his pent up rage at the person who had wronged him. The Kage, Tsuchikage, and Mizukage all just stared at the table in silence. The Kage's meeting meant that they would face the 5 great nations themselves, so the Tsuchikage shook his head. Such a mistake could prove to be bigger now that they decided to interfere. The Tsuchikage simply smirked at this predicament. He had believed that the meeting, no matter how big news that it was one that would only involve the tongue lashing dished out earlier as the main action. But no, Akatsuki indeed didn't ignore this event. Gaara muttered as he looked up, "So the hawk has descended to search for his prey." Only to descend in the pit of snakes. He had wanted to come and help, but he would follow later if Naruto needed answers first. At that moment, Sasuke was the source of Naruto's answers, and that usually meant forcing Sasuke to calm down. "Are you a poet, Kage? Dono?" The water shadow remarked, "When you can't sleep, thoughts of multiple objects invade the mind," and Gaara simply looked at the woman. "I used to get them a lot when I was younger." With a sly smile, the oldest Kage spoke. "Oh my, what an ardent fool that Raikage is. Is he unaware of the definition of restraint?" Replied Gaara, "He speaks his mind and does things on his own, impulsive yet controllable." "Humph, you certainly know how to play on this old man's emotions, even for a brat." The Earth Shadow answered, "I see that the former Kage has taught you a lot, but he forgot to instill manners in you." The elderly man's face smirked once more. "And you are a person who has lost himself in the title of Tsuchikage," Gaara said as she simply stood up. "Honor, tradition, I don't need these kinds of trifles. Manners are the very least I need when it comes to life and death." With that, the Kage turned his back on the Tsuchikage and walked away, gesturing for his siblings to follow. Kankuro grinned as they did so. Kankuro muttered, "Yeah, that's right you arrogant prick, you got what you deserve." "Ow, he really is a pure one, isn't he?" The man nodded in response to the Mizukage's question directed at her oldest escort and the Hokage. Such intensity in his eyes as he walked away. If he were only a few years older. "Perhaps it's time we interfere as well. Ow, Chojuro, come." The aging Tsuchikage was left behind as the 2 escorts of Kiri nodded and the Mizukage stood and headed towards the battle. "Very well then, Akatsuki. Shall we go with them? Kurozuchi?" The Tsuchikage grinned to himself, knowing that it would be chaos reigning when all 5 Kages moved in unison. It had been years since he had stretched his tired bones, and all he could hope for was that his hip wouldn't ache at the thought of what might happen. Konoha. Neji looked around nervously. 4 of them were about to leave. They would run for it if they saw a hawk land in the Iron Country direction. "Are you certain about Sakura?" Neji inquired, but Sakura merely nodded. Shikamaru muttered, shaking his leg a little as he stretched his neck from side to side. "Troublesome. Only a week of rest and we're already sent on action. Let me remind you Sakura, I just recovered from a broken leg." He had put a lot of work into rebuilding this past week, and he would go crazy if the coup d'etat succeeded. The Hyuga genius nodded and said, "The hawk is coming closer, 100 meters from our starting point, Neji. Nissan. No sightings of root members in our vicinity." Hinata had told them. "Alright, so my role as the team's second in command will be to alert Hokage Sama to what Danzo is about to do. When the summit concludes, we will intercept them in the hopes that everything will end amicably. Since Kiba and Shino are not available, Sakura-san will be providing medical support, Hinata. Sama will be our tracker, and Shikamaru will serve as commanding officer, as you are undoubtedly aware." Yeah, I know. "Just let me remind you that going to Iron Country would take us at least 2 days at our top speed," Shikamaru said, waving off his hand. "We should take a different route because there's a chance we'll run into Danzo. It would be longer, but it would be safer and we wouldn't be tracked down. I don't want any casualties on either side. We're already so slender and well oiled that we don't need to kill each other. Neji Hinata, make good use of your dujutsu." Shikamaru nodded as Hinata said, "The hawk has just landed." Shikamaru nodded and adjusted the trench knives strapped to his back before saying, "Okay, let's go." They leapt from their spots and into the tree branches above with a flick of their hands, heading north into Iron Country. Iron Nation. Even with Susanoo, Sasuke discovered that his strength was still insufficient. He could still feel the Raikage's attacks, and they hurt a lot. Surrounding himself in the dark fires of Amaterasu, Sasuke once again underestimated the Raikage's stubbornness in this circumstance, as the enormous man literally blasted his left arm through the unending black flames, causing Sasuke to feel the damage of his attack a few centimeters below his windpipe. Falling to the ground, Sasuke was confronted by a Raikage who was getting ready to launch another attack. Dorapu. Garochin. Guillotine drop. The Raikage uttered as Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, Kaleidoscope Copy Wheel Eye, once more. The black flames shot up from the ground, and Sasuke's iris and 3 Tomo eyes flared to life, resembling an atom. Kagetsuchi, Enten. Source of flame. Kagetsuchi. Sand seemed to explode between the 5 columns of black flame that were about to devour and burn the Raikage alive, and black flames shot out from the spaces above Sasuke's chest, drizzling onto the open floor. The Raikage was thrown back after hearing a voice from behind, and the Kage had once again gained control over his sand. Fuinjutsu, Fukuhoan, Sealing Arts, Fire Suppression Seal. A small scroll with the words, snake, boar, and tiger, written on it was swallowed by the endless tendrils of chakra that shot over to the ebony fire as the black flames that danced around the samurais and the Raikage's arms simultaneously. The design surrounding the area where the black fire was collected featured 2 snakes opening their maws with the kanji for fire written large in the middle. Upon observing the activated jutsu, Sasuke thought, "This is unprecedented. Someone else put out the black fire, not me." At that moment, he heard footsteps that were rhythmic and walking, as well as the sound of sandals slamming on the ground. The Uchiha was watching from the shadows when a pair of feet and the hem of his haori emerged. He spoke in a voice that the Uchiha was always familiar with, saying, "Hello Sasuke. A short while ago." Zetsu was left with no choice but to use the one chance he knew of to atone for his error in Konoha and help Madara achieve his goals while also atoning for his mistake. Zetsu's pride was wounded by the false information that Konoha had leaked. Their plans were severely hampered because he wanted to alert Madara at the very least before, but it appeared that the path from the area they had infiltrated was now heavily guarded. He could probably get away on his own, but it would be foolish to leave Sasuke's small group unattended since Sasuke might do something noteworthy. However, Sasuke's genuine willingness to battle the Konoha people was a blessing. Zetsu would use Madara's hatred of Sasuke to his advantage in order to further Akatsuki's goals, even if it was just a blind hatred of anyone connected to the Leaf Village. One blind man full of hatred would, after all, require a guide to help him focus his rage. Sasuke had the motivation. Madara had given it to him. What he required was more progress. He sank to the floor, reminding Sasuke not to be seen for a moment, and explained that he had devised a plan so that Sasuke could grow stronger without dying at the hands of the 5 greatest shinobi who are currently in this very room. Sasuke arched an inquiring eyebrow. Zetsu sneered and menacingly laughed as he uttered, "Uchiha Sasuke is in this very building. Find him if you dare." After he had descended. After that, Zetsu appeared to be stabbed by the samurai like an animal as their chakra Powered blades sliced through his body. Unbeknownst to the others, Zetsu had started unintentionally spreading some dust around the area. And then, chaos everywhere. Enraged, Sasuke leapt to the ground below and used his Sharingan, sensing that the samurai were pursuing him. If you are going to block my path, then, be prepared to pay for it. The Kage had shown up in the middle of his terrifying, bursting with that lightning. Fast armor. With the intensity of a bloodhound, the lightning shadow charged at Jugo, nailing him to the wall while his escorts dealt with Suigetsu. Despite the fact that he had only sustained a few cuts and bruises in addition to bleeding eyes, the blows from the legendary Kage hurt like hell. The Kage possessed incredible speed and strength in his taijutsu. The man's formidable physique was evident in battle, and even though he was only able to engage in close-quarters fighting, that didn't stop him from closing quickly. Despite the fact that the Kage was prepared to literally burn his arm off of Amaterasu in order to deliver a potent clothesline just below his neck, the fight had turned out to be more difficult than he had anticipated. Using his newfound skill, he nearly defeated the man until sand literally exploded between them, sending the Kage flying back to the Kage's location. Sasuke was initially taken aback, but he was really shocked to see that his black fire, the eternal flames of Amaterasu, began to move against his will and instead became engulfed in a scroll. The tendrils of chakra slowly seized hold of the black flames that were flickering everywhere and burning the samurai, and in a matter of seconds, they vanished. It was truly amazing. He believed that he was the only one who had stopped Amaterasu up until this point. It hadn't occurred to him that it could be done. However, that scroll was sealing it there. Footsteps crept closer to the scene, startling him in the process. Sasuke heard every step, spaced nearly a second apart, as though it were the only sound in the room. With a loud final step, Sasuke turned to face the man and noticed that he was wearing black sandals and a black haori. As he spoke, the man's features were obscured by the shadows. "Hello, Sasuke." With a sly smile, he addressed the man, saying, "Naruto. So you're the Hokage now, eh? Good for you." Naruto appeared to frown. There was something off about this Sasuke. It seemed as though he was staring at him with the amusement of a psychopath. Back then, it seemed like he had something more important to Naruto than anything else, and his indifference felt different. Disdain. Naruto said, peering into Sasuke's evolved Sharingan eyes, "I have questions that need to be answered, Sasuke." After a small chuckle, Sasuke addressed the blonde, saying, "You're still the idiot, I see. I'll answer any question you might want." Then, with a defiant look on his face, Sasuke said to Naruto, "If you can land a punch against me." Still the arrogant bastard. "If that's how you want it then, fine." Kage, don't interrupt," Naruto shot back, raising an eyebrow. With a voice full of indignation, the Kage answered, "What?" "Hokage. We should take him down this instant. We can take him down with the three of us. This is an opportune moment for us to gather information about Akatsuki and their plans." "Hokage. Dono wants answers, Kage." "Dono, he knows what he's doing," the Kage said, raising his arm to address the lightning shadow. "It sounds as if you knew the Hokage yourself, Kage." "Fine then, I'll let the Hokage have his way with Uchiha Sasuke," the Kage said, grunting and crossing his arm in the process. "But if things get out of hand, I'll personally end this," he said. Naruto just stepped forward to show off his wise, yellow eyes. Without taking his eyes off of Sasuke, he said, "Thanks for that, Kage." Even though he had used up nearly all of his chakra in the previous battle, the Uchiha was looking at him with that self-assured smile once more, so it wouldn't be an issue now. "Let's do this, Naruto." Without saying a word, the blonde rushed forward, cocking his fist back and leaning forward to accelerate. The blonde threw a punch at Sasuke, who easily leaned his head to the side and nearly struck Naruto in the face, but something unidentified struck his cheek and sent him flying back from the blow. The two raced towards each other, with Sasuke closing in faster than Naruto. As he was thrown back from his position, a painful grunt came out of his mouth. After Sasuke was thrown back, Naruto just grinned. That felt satisfying somehow. Unknown to Sasuke, what had hit him? He had avoided that blow one moment, and then something shook his head as something resembling a blow to his face. He got to his feet. His eyes were fixed on Naruto, but they missed that attack. Did the Kyuubi chakra in him reactivate? No, he could still see it even though it was a different chakra. Then, what had struck him directly in the cheek, disrupting his Sharingan's predictive pattern. First question then Sasuke, what are you doing here? Naruto responded. Sasuke grumbled, lucky shot but I'll answer, I came here on the pretense that I was to assassinate the presumed Hokage, Danzo. Clearly he's not the Hokage. I am, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow in response. Secondly, why are you pursuing Danzo? He asked. After brushing himself off, Sasuke remarked, I'll tell you if you can punch me again. His suppressed rage was getting the better of him as he sneered at Naruto in that one, to which the blonde gave him an impassive look. The Fire Shadow said, you like hurting yourself much, Sasuke? As he prepared to use his Kawazu Kumite, Frog Kata, stance. With his clairvoyance activating at a faster pace and his Sharingan eyes spinning faster than usual, Sasuke charged headlong towards Naruto. He saw the punch coming straight for his face, so he stopped and jumped to the side. However, as soon as he believed the attack had passed him by, his chest gave the impression of having been shattered through a brick wall. At that moment, Sasuke began to cough up blood. Naruto continued to punch Sasuke in the face, causing the Uchiha to fall against one of the room's standing pillars. Ready to answer yet? This time, Sasuke growled as he emerged from the debris that had once supported a column. In response, Sasuke said, Danzo, along with the elders, Homura and Kaharu, they ordered the massacre of the Uchiha clan to stop an attempted coup d'état stemming from my clan. Itachi was forced to kill every last one of them, that's why Konoha is my target right now. Every last one that subject themselves to follow Danzo and the others. For once, Sasuke was becoming frustrated because, despite his Sharingan's complete ineffectiveness against Naruto up close, Sasuke knew that the blonde would be too strong for him in close quarters if he could perform all those invisible hits on demand. Then he would use a different strategy. Though he was shocked by this, he had no prior knowledge of the Uchiha massacre. Naruto felt that getting the information he needed was of utmost importance at this time. If your target is Danzo, then I'm sorry but he's not here. However, I can't let you involve others that clearly did not know what happened that night. Tell me Sasuke, why did you involve yourself in Akatsuki? Asked the Fire Shadow. As lightning started to seep around the Uchiha, dancing like crescent waves and lines of electricity wisps flailing around, Sasuke replied, to get what I want. He knelt down and his hand crackled as the sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. Sasuke. Sasuke was shocked to hear the blonde on his back, who was now sitting on it, speaking. Do you know why the Uchiha were killed off? As Sasuke yelled, Chidori Nagashi, or 1,000 birds current, he released lightning from his hand and it spread throughout his body. Naruto leapt and landed on one of the supporting beams. They were suspected of releasing the nine-tailed fox 16 years ago, they couldn't do it. The fox was a natural disaster on its own. There's nothing to prove that the Uchiha had some involvement in it. Sasuke yelled. Naruto yelled, and you think murdering those countless innocents would satisfy your vengeance? You're only doing what those advisors had done. And you say that you're different from them. Sasuke responded, you think that I care about that? Did those advisors spare my clan's children, men and women alike? Those weren't involved. There were children in that compound that haven't even walked and Konoha ordered for their deaths. You think it would justify just to that? Just to their deaths? Sasuke leapt back and raised his katana as Naruto descended and raced towards him. With his sword out, Sasuke charged Naruto, saying, your ways of thinking are flawed. As lightning danced around his blade and crackled in time with his chakra. When Naruto reached for his Fuma Shuriken, wind started to swirl around it and his chakra turned into wind. So are yours. You think whatever you're doing would end in the scenario you want. You think through that you'll gain peace. You're just the same as that bastard, Danzo. Shut up. Don't compare me to that scum. What's not to compare? He ordered to kill every last one of you. You're going to kill every last one from Konoha. Your bastard of a brother was just the same as you are. Don't you dare speak of my brother in that way. Itachi died for Konoha. He suffered through such an ordeal just so that everyone from Konoha can enjoy that fake transition of peace. Sasuke was beginning to take deep breaths as Naruto and Sasuke leapt back as blades and jutsu collided, nullifying each other. Even then, that isn't the right way to obtain your peace. You may have killed people in Konoha, but the survivors will learn to hate you as well. They'll come for your blood. You think that cycle will end with just you delivering your idea of justice? Naruto yelled. Naruto deflected Sasuke's thrown shuriken and kunai as they ran sideways, fighting with their weapons among the building's numerous columns. "You try telling that to the graves of every last Uchiha that were murdered on that night," yelled Sasuke, pointing to the blonde. Sasuke flung the blonde with a kunai. As he ran up and started jumping from column to column, releasing a volley of shuriken towards Sasuke, Naruto dodged by leaping and landing on one of the columns. Who ducked and hid behind one of the columns he was using as a shield. "Do you even know what really happened the night of 16 years ago?" Naruto yelled. Next, using his steel cable and kunai, Sasuke threw one at the blonde who leapt away. He then threw another kunai, but this time it was launched faster than the first, ricocheting off the steel cable and trying to wrap itself around Naruto, who used his wind chakra. Powered Fuma Shuriken to cut the cable. He dove behind the columns, hit the ground, and felt someone was coming toward him quickly. At that moment, Suigetsu materialized from behind him, brandishing his Kabikiri Hucho, decapitating carving knife, in mid-stride. Naruto used his left hand to catch the enormous blade in the semicircle ring slightly above the handle. Only with a single hand? What is this guy's strength? Suigetsu pondered. Without delay, Naruto drew the enormous sword in his direction, simultaneously drawing Suigetsu. In the span of a second, Naruto threw the Fuma Shuriken to his right, cocked his right arm back, and punched Suigetsu, liquefying the boy as he tore through the pouring water all the way to his legs. Suigetsu straightened up and staggered back. That's when Kakashi showed up, shocking the water puddle with a straightforward Raiden that knocked Suigetsu out. Raiden. Ramiaku, Lightning Pulse. Jugo groaned a little in pain but smiled as his body transformed again, forming what appeared to be 10 holes above his head and his sides. Chakra gathered like tiny globules, ready to fire at the fire shadow. Naruto turned around with Kabikiri Hucho still in his hands, impaling the approaching fully transformed Jugo by the shoulders with the sword and pinning him to another column. Before Jugo could finish his attack, Naruto reached out, formed a Rasengan, and slammed it on the man's abdomen. This caused the enormous man to be flung backward with the force of a hurricane and slam into another wall, effectively rendering him helpless in the battle. At that moment, Sasuke emerged from behind the blonde. Although the blonde could sense Sasuke's movements, it was insufficient to match Sasuke's speed. Sasuke's right eye distorted into the shape of an atom, indicating the activation of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsukuyomi. But the moment of sudden intervention by one of Naruto's escort prevented them from making eye contact. Super dynamic entry. As Guy charged into the battle, he caught Sasuke off guard with a flying kick to the abdomen that caught him off guard. Not content to stop there, Guy lifted Sasuke up with his leg and kicked him directly again, causing him to skid on the ground. "Are you alright, Hokage? Sama?" With a nod, Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who was now breathing heavily. After deactivating his Sage mode, Naruto's red and yellow Sage eyes vanished from him as he watched Sasuke get to his feet. His eyes flared again, turning and twisting into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto could feel the chakra building up with Sasuke as it started to form the bones of Susanoo, this time, completing the skeletal structure all by itself. Sasuke's breathing was labored. "Let's see, Naruto. You break into my absolute defense now," Sasuke said, panting heavily. Then, after searching through his pouch, Naruto took a scroll out of his pocket and clenched it between his teeth. He had directed his chakra using a set of 5 hand seals. Pork. Canine. A bird. A monkey. Gosh. The Toad Sages scowled in response to his question about employing the reverse summoning technique. They had previously used it to summon Naruto for his Senjutsu training before moving on to his Fuinjutsu training. They believed that only the summons themselves could perform the reverse summoning and that he might not be able to do it on his own. Rewind. Fukasaku scratched his head and said, "Reverse summoning, you say? Well, that's a different matter, Naruto. Chan. Normally only we can perform it. The reverse summoning functions for the summon animal to transport the contractor to where the said animal is. The idea of summoning your Kage Bunshin with the Sage Chakra is different. You have the same chakra signatures as them, and so we can do that. But if you want to, it's going to be different from any regular summoning technique. You need some sort of guidance to do that. The Yondaime Hokage, I believe, could do that by using a special seal that lets his chakra home in on that seal, and then use his infamous Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God skill, to travel there. If you can use a seal that is somewhat of a beacon for your chakra detecting skill in Sennin mode, I think it might just work. stated. Naruto nodded and comprehended. He then started reading through some of the seals in his book that dealt with using a seal as a beacon. He came across a strange seal in the book that was used to identify a lost person in any terrain. When a matching seal with the same design was present, the seal would light up automatically, acting as a messenger between two towns and relaying the location of that person through chakra. He could sense the chakras around him while in Senin mode, provided he spent some time in close proximity to that particular chakra. It was harder to search for his own chakra, though. The issue was not just that he was familiar with his own chakra. It was also that he would interfere with his own chakra's ability to detect the chakras of his clones in any given location. It was at that moment that Naruto's mind made a discovery through brainstorming. The runic circle would emerge and crawl to the ground just before the smoke would explode and reveal the toad he had summoned, if he had done so in time. According to Fukasaku, the circle represents the animal or person who has been called and is thought to be its home. The contractor's blood served as the standard medium in that case. That's when Naruto started to consider, what if he changed that circle? What would happen if he used a different medium to call one of his Kage Bunshin to the circle? After having that idea, he went back and asked Fukasaku and Shima, the Toad Sages, to help him create the summoning circle. The Toads nodded and exchanged glances. Though theoretical, it might actually work. Flashback concludes. The summoning circle rune, which appears when Kachiyose no Jutsu, the summoning technique, is used, was found inside the scroll when Naruto opened it. Next, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a paper seal. This seal was designed to resemble a hare, which represents speed and travel, a rat, which represents dispersion and multiplication, a bird, which represents location and tracing, and a drawing of a spiral above the characters, which activates the circle. When Naruto slammed the seal against the scroll with the summoning circle written directly in the center, the chakra flowed to the seal and started to sway toward the chakra, eventually focusing on a single, random seal that shared the same design as Naruto's seal. Dispel quickly. Said Naruto as a Kage Bunshin suddenly materialized in front of him, sitting in lotus position with its eyes closed. The aforementioned Kage Bunshin followed instructions and disappeared into a cloud of ninja smoke. Naruto's eyes changed once more, turning from a clear blue to a yellow hue. His pupil also grew a few millimeters on either side as a red outline started to show on the upper corners of his eyelids. Another strange jutsu from you? Sasuke said, allowing the aggressive storm god's skeletal form to seize the gourd by the side and launch it into the air, splattering water. Like arcs to form an ethereal blade composed entirely of chakra. Just as Naruto was about to charge towards Sasuke, Kakashi intervened, peering through the horned skeleton of Susanoo, who grabbed his shoulders and uttered. Wait, Hokage. Sama, I can see that chakra is forming like some sort of coating, it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. Please approach with caution. When Naruto paused and hesitating, Sasuke scoffed at the blonde and asked, what's wrong, Dobi? Where's that bravado that you had 3 years ago? A smile appeared on his face. After giving Sasuke a scowl, Naruto executed his signature move. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Then, 3 clones appeared, and they all started running toward Susanoo. The 3 clones then took advantage of the field and hid among the pillars, each clone sprinting off in a different direction. Sasuke turned to face the columns, which prevented him from seeing the Sharingan, so he was unable to predict their movements. Then, a clone from above appeared. It had an ultimate Great Ball spiraling sphere, or Cho Udama Rasengan, ready when it leapt and went directly toward Sasuke's position, with the ball already getting close to Susanoo's skull. The clone instantly disappeared in a cloud of smoke as Totsuka's sword swung upward, impaling it. 2 more clones had already materialized from the side, both using the same attack as the one above that went to his side. Sasuke swung his head to the right, allowing the enormous sword to swing its fleeting blade. Another slash from below had managed to hit the clone, but the other one had gotten through his defense as the clone slammed the enormous Rasengan in the direction of the storm god. Then, Sasuke felt his technique break very slightly, the storm god's side quiver slightly, and Susanoo's free skeletal arm swatted the clone away like a fly. Naruto muttered, I guess I have no choice then, as he sealed his hands in the well. Known middle index cross seal, creating 2 clones. The blonde was surrounded by wind as Guy and Kakashi stood back, and Naruto's palm held an enormous amount of chakra as the original held out his right hand and his 2 clones started pouring chakra to the technique. The sphere surrounded by 4 blades spun like a windmill, faster and faster as time went on, as the ultimate jutsu of manipulating shape and form roared to life. The Kage exclaimed, "What are these chakra levels?" Because even from this angle, he could feel how dense the chakra was. The condensation of the chakra in Naruto's palm was astounding. Although the grinding noise of the technique certainly didn't help, Gaara appeared to be curious as well. It resembled a whirling fan. The wind blades were so obvious that it was both terrifying and amazing. His two siblings felt the same amount of goosebumps from the fire shadow as they watched from the safety of the samurai's aid. Fuden. Rasen Shuriken. Wind release. Spiraling Shuriken. When Naruto raised the technique, the winds became ferocious and wild. Naruto then threw the spinning chakra shuriken directly at Sasuke, who was taken aback by the fact that such a well-maintained jutsu could be thrown a great distance. The shuriken whirled around like a death buzz saw. It spun and ground its way directly to Sasuke's Susanoo. The sword was then positioned not far from where it was expected the chakra shuriken would launch its lethal strike. As it started to battle and rip toward the passing sword, the sword collided with the shuriken. Sasuke had struggled to even disperse the chakra, let alone block the said attack with his Susanoo. At that moment, the jutsu's blades split apart, leaving an orb behind that Sasuke could see with his Sharingan. His eyes widened with his improved vision. The chakra's form started to wobble inside the luminous sphere of destruction, and the additional wind chakra started to enlarge. It had taken the orb a few milliseconds to strike the sword. For an instant, it seemed as though time had stopped. And then, whack! The wall behind Sasuke was completely shattered by the initial shockwave, which caused a massive explosion to tear through the hallways of the mentioned room. As the tiny needles of the Rasen Shuriken's explosion began to literally eat away at Susanoo, the blast radius of the attack started to grow at the epicenter of the explosion. The storm god's skeletal frame was beginning to crumble, its bones turning to dust and losing its formidable stature. At this point, the explosion had stopped. Sasuke was almost out of chakra, he was already on his knees, and his breathing was getting even more labored. He uttered, "I haven't lost yet," in between pants. The newcomer, who was clearly female, yelled, "Yotan, Yokai no Jutsu." Lava release. Melting apparition technique, and a stream of the element was flung into the air. Although it might have been Sasuke's only means of escape, it would not have been feasible because the lava had fallen right behind him, where the massive hole left by the Rasen Shuriken was visible. There was a stream of lava waiting for him, which he would have to cross. Additionally, he would be unable to flee given his chakra levels. Is this? How far was it possible for me to go? Am I going to die now? Sasuke thought as the Mizukage appeared in front of him, her escorts by her side. With that attack from Naruto and his depleted chakra reserves punishing him to the breaking point, his Susanoo was beginning to crumble. There was no way that he could be defeated so quickly. The water shadow smirked at the Uchiha and said, "It's such a shame for a man, a handsome one like you, to die. Don't worry before you die, I will be giving you a kiss to remember by in hell." She then put her hands together and created another seal. Futen. Komu no Jutsu. Boil release. Skilled mist technique. As she exhaled, a colorless mist spurted out of her mouth. Her two escorts leapt back, allowing the acidic environment surrounding Sasuke and the Mizukage to take hold. "I told everyone not to meddle in our affairs," exclaimed Naruto, to which the water shadow replied. "But this is a terrorist, Hokage. Dono. And I can't forgive Akatsuki for manipulating Yagura Sama, the Yondaime Mizukage." Then, defeating himself, Naruto sighed and shook his head. When he did say it to Sasuke, Naruto said, "Sasuke, give up. This is your last chance." And gave Sasuke the go ahead. In response, Sasuke growled at Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes, seeing that Sasuke and the Mizukage were beginning to morph. It appeared that the Mizukage's most recent technique was evaporating liquid more quickly than anticipated, and the acidic atmosphere was even beginning to melt Susanoo's skeletal frame as pieces of it liquefied and fell to Sasuke's arms, scorching him. Sasuke let out a deafening cry due to the unbearable pain. The man who had earlier appeared to disperse from the arena, Setsu, then leapt at the last possible moment to activate his Hoshi no Jutsu, spore technique, laughing the entire time and exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. All you Kages are idiots. You never took mind that I used this technique earlier on if any of you noticed." At that moment, as the individuals in the room started to siphon chakra out of the surrounding area, Zetsu started to grow around them. Naruto said, "Wrong move." The Zetsu that had been absorbing his chakra appeared to petrify instantly. He looked down and noticed that his body was changing to that of a stone frog, looking horrified. The petrifying effect crawled down the spore technique. The Zetsu that was clinging to Naruto instantly turned into a statue, which he punched with his fists, partially finishing his sage mode. He then witnessed another, seemingly petrified Zetsu clone fall to the floor and then break apart. Above, the Tsuchikage had materialized and leapt down, his hands interlocked, to discover a massive cube that appeared to be composed of dirt. Jinten. Genkei Hikari no Jutsu. Dust release. Detachment of the primitive world technique. Naruto was about to rush to the scene when he felt another chakra signature that had suddenly appeared in the area, who looked on to his top right. The cube then smashed below on the prone form of the Uchiha, looking ready to pass out from chakra exhaustion. The giant cube then fell on Sasuke as the area around the cube was disintegrated to dust. Uchiha Madara, the man with the orange spiral mask, was standing on the balcony railings, carrying Uchiha Sasuke. Yo! Konoha. Out of all the people that Naruto trusted beside Kakashi as a senior, it was the Anbu captain who had been spliced with the DNA of the first Hokage, and Shizune was running to find Yamato. When Sakura ran outside, she did the same, running to Iron Country as soon as she heard from Sai about what was going to happen. She quickly alerted him to the situation when she discovered the face. Plated ninja taking a short break in a pile of wood. What? A triumph. When did that happen? Ever since Hokage Sama departed. Currently, half of Root's forces are likely stationed just outside Iron Country's borders, with Root forces likely stationed just outside the gates for a full lockdown. What should we do, Yamato? San? May I ask? Shizune inquired. Please inform Shikaku. San, you must keep this as low-key as possible. We only need shinobi loyal under the Hokage to be informed of this, and I'll handle those in the Anbu. Shizune nodded and left, as did Yamato. He needed as much cover as possible for the members of Root to come up with a counter-strike force, and he had hoped that they hadn't started their patrol inside at the worst possible time, just as he and a few Konoha shinobi were rebuilding a district of downtown Konoha. Summit. You, Naruto scowled at the man wearing a spiral mask. The Kage spoke as Zetsu instantly materialized behind Madara and started transferring chakra to Sasuke. His eyes narrowed. Uchiha Madara, what are you doing here? Oh, nothing. I was just hoping for Sasuke to at least critically injure one of you, remarked Uchiha Madara as she took a seat on the railings. It seems I made a slight miscalculation as to who the Hokage actually was. No wonder Sasuke wasn't able to hurt at least one of you, though I wonder, why did Sasuke not use Amaterasu? He said, glancing at every notable person in the room. Staying silent, Naruto picked up 2 scrolls and the Fuma shuriken that were lying on the ground. Hokage, is this the individual you mentioned earlier? That's Uchiha Madara, the blonde fire shadow whispered, nodding in response to the Kage's question. Naruto Uzumaki, so you're the Hokage now? I'm amazed at how you were able to sabotage my intentions. How did you force Nagato to turn on me, please? The man wearing a spiral mask inquired. Like I'll tell you. You used Nagato, just as you were using Sasuke right now. Naruto scowled at Tobi. You bastard, you nearly destroyed Konoha by taking advantage of Nagato's vulnerable state. As the other Kages stared between Naruto and Madara, Uchiha Madara laughed. Subsequently, Naruto disappeared from Madara's line of sight and materialized abruptly from behind, his arm and the natural energy flowing through the masked man, obliterating Madara entirely. However, Madara's railings were shattered by the punch. You sent the fox to Konoha, where you succeeded in making the elders suspect the Uchiha. Sasuke's current state of affairs was brought about by you. Then Madara said, I acknowledge that I was the one who changed Sasuke into the person he is today. However, I just took a chance on the decision, and Sasuke did as well, he followed me. I don't have any more information on that. Madara had overlooked one little detail, Karin, who had been with Sasuke from the start, because of these accusations. The way the man in the mask spoke to them when they were asked to capture the 8-tailed beast. The way he spoke to them when they were about to leave for Konoha, all of it seemed to make sense to Karin, who was listening intently. She was afraid when the 5 Kages entered the same room to deal with Sasuke. She could swear that someone inside the room had been able to detect her, but she didn't pay mind to it. As long as she didn't make a move, she was fine. However, when she heard about the accusations of the Hokage, she began to have her doubts about this man. When Madara spotted Karen, she paused for a second before another space distortion occurred. This one had the appearance of a spiral and was engulfing Sasuke like water in a drain until Sasuke vanished. As the others could only stare in amazement at Madara, Kakashi whispered, "Just like before, that person is able to manipulate the time." Space folds. Please, Karen, tend to Sasuke's wounds. Zetsu, hurry up and get Jugo and Suigetsu so they can leave. Later, I'll get together with you. Zetsu obeyed, grabbing Suigetsu and Jugo's downed forms. Jugo had gone back to human form after he had painfully removed Kabikari Hucho from his arm, having previously absorbed new cells from a downed samurai. Now, Hokage, are you really interested in learning the details of what transpired before the massacre? Naruto stopped, curious about himself. Sasuke had seemed upset with him earlier when he brought up Itachi. Was it possible that the massacre wasn't depicted accurately, that Uchiha Itachi had turned vengeful and murdered every member of the Uchiha clan? Naruto's scowl deepened as Madara continued her speech, describing the events leading up to the massacre in the night 16 years prior, when the nine-tailed fox had attacked the village. When Madara finished, Naruto yelled, "So it was you after all. You alone were responsible for this. So, what business are you doing here?" The Tsuchikage had mentioned, "I doubt that you just gave us a history lesson about the massacre of the Uchiha clan." "Oh yes, I'm just here to talk about the Moon's Eye plan," Madara retorted. The crowd observed, perplexed and fascinated by Madara's actions. You see, long ago, when the Sage of Six Paths was still alive, he stopped a monster of a great, near-apocalyptic proportions. The Jubi was a monster that was the origin of the tailed beasts, he went on. As the first Jinchuriki, the Sage of Six Paths contained the Jubi within his own body. Then he sealed up the 10-tailed beast's body on the moon he had created. On his deathbed, the Sage of Six Paths was worried that the Jubi shall roam again, therefore, he divided the chakra of the 10-tailed beast to 9 different beasts on their own, known today as the Biju. My strategy is straightforward. I'll gather every known creature with 4 tails, combine them, and seal them inside of me. And using that power, I'll reach the moon and combine with the Jubi to project Mugen Tsukuyomi, the strongest genjutsu. With that, there won't be any disputes or wars. Everyone living in that delusion will enter a trance akin to a dream. You think that plan of yours is actual true peace? The Kage interrupted. I'm not going to permit it. All you're doing is imprisoning everyone's conscious thought. What is left if humans can't strive for their hopes and dreams? The Water Shadow continued. You're just an insane person trying to realize his fantasies. Do you believe we will ignore this? The Tsuchikage went on. After that, the Raikage gestured to Madara and said, "You just want the world to yourself." The Hokage then said, "You bastard, you're just beating on our freedom. Given that you were the one who initially chose to inflict all of this suffering, you have no business speaking about peace." Then Madara got to her feet and turned to face everyone in the room once more. "It's not like I would lose if you say no. Now give over the Kyuubi and the Hachibi if you don't want to start a war. As if you'd be allowed." With a shout, the 5 Kages. What does it mean to give the Hachibi over? Have you not yet apprehended Killer Bee? As the Raikage inquired, Madara responded simply. No, the Hachibi escaped from our clutches, Sasuke didn't capture him. After a brief moment of relief, the Raikage yelled, "That bastard." Furious at the idea of his brother slacking off once more. He's probably just having a great time on his vacation. He gave me no information. I am going to Ian Kuro. His ass when I get my hands on him. Then Madara spoke, think again about your options. If you choose not to comply with my requests, you will all undoubtedly find yourself in a lot of trouble. There is no reason to laugh at the 7 Biju. At that moment, Naruto responded with a firm, no. I will not give a man like you the freedom to do with the world as he pleases. You're perverse and ill. Informed perspective on peace is untrue. It's not going to happen. After receiving nods from the other village chiefs, Madara said. All right, then, take this day as the declaration of the 4th Shinobi World War by me, Uchiha Madara. Borders of Iron Country. As the rest of his root ninjas started to move and weave around the area, Danzo started to walk towards the three wolves' fanged maw. The crippled war hawk was accompanied by his best soldiers, Torun and Fu. He looked up to hear an explosion coming from inside. I see that Akatsuki has taken a step. The ancient war hawk pondered as he peered into the clouds that appeared to emanate from the heart of the towering iron monument. Lead Team Delta on the northern front, Torun. There are 3 exits here. I want Fu to go to the western side, and I'll be here on the eastern side. We'll surround this place. The teams that are stuck in Konoha are on standby. If Tsunade doesn't comply with my orders, the messenger hawk will be sent to assassinate him. To stop any reinforcements from arriving, the remaining teams are to lock down Konoha. Await my command when the Hokage is seen, Danzo gave the order, splitting his 50 strong root forces into smaller groups and dispersing them throughout the area. That hazy afternoon in Iron Country was marked by howling and rushing winter winds. There will be blood for today. And the blood that will be spilled is the blood of the Hokage. Once more, Danzo would defile himself in the name of the village he so deeply cherishes. Whatever perspective one may have, war is tragic. Nothing made sense in wars. In the midst of the fighting lay death, misery, poverty, destruction, and hatred. Mother Earth is probably crying over what is arguably the greatest human atrocity. What a ridiculous and complicated life humans lead. There's only one thing that people think about after all the fighting has stopped, regardless of result. It was animosity. AIM had felt this tragedy more than any other nation combined, as it was the epicenter of 3 major powers and the focal point of every ninja war it had been involved in. The village and the nation did, in fact, deserve the moniker, the Weeping Country. The land of tears, the land of the fallen heroes who had sacrificed their lives numerous times to uphold their principles, the land of those who wept for the men who had abandoned their wives and children and would never return, even in the middle of a never-ending downpour. Nagato had suffered because of this war, as well as because of events, incidents, and tragedies. His tears, heavy with salt, would always be mingled with the waters of AIM and his sorrow. But he possessed a resolve that others lacked. Because he no longer wished to lose anyone, he made the decision to become stronger. He yearned for strength above all else so that one thing could put an end to the absurdities of massacres and bloodshed. Given the highest rank of Jujutsu, the child yearned for peace just as the Sage of Six Paths had in his day. After learning of Nagato's situation, Naruto couldn't help but feel sympathy welling up inside of him. The ninja rulebook, which had previously informed him and presumably made the biggest impression on him, helped him realize that his ignorance would not serve him well as a shinobi. Never feel sorry for the opposition. Still, he did so a great deal of the time. Whether they were his worst enemies or not, their faces and names, Haku, Sasuke, and Gaara, to mention a few, kept coming to mind. He knew he shouldn't have done so at the time, but he couldn't help but feel sorry for them because they were experiencing the same kind of abandonment and loneliness as he was. Humans needed sympathy, not soldiers. Only by existing without a purpose in life could he truly understand what a nightmare it was. He knew that when he was younger, he had fought out of rage and anger but never out of hatred and contempt. Naruto remembered a fight in which he had sacrificed everything to overcome his opponent. It did not support Kabuto. He could still recall how easily betrayal could impact him and how his rage made him hate the man even more. How after just one brief meeting with the man, he was forced to set aside his moral principles and desire to kill him. He saw Kabuto as a malevolent force capable of ruthlessly murdering anyone close to him. Naruto detested Kabuto because, in contrast to Gaara, he had been given choices about his life. Kabuto made the decision to betray them, to go with Orochimaru, and to murder Tsunade when she was at her most vulnerable. Gaara did not decide to murder people at random. Someone who had inadequate parental guidance as a child had no idea that what he was doing was wrong. If anyone had been there to mentor him, they had chosen to take advantage of Gaara's vulnerable mental state. It was completely repulsive. As he gazed at the disguised figure of Uchiha Madara, he experienced the same sensation once more. Madara was a man who was determined to rule the world with the palm of his hand. He didn't want peace. He wanted to be God. For the second time in his life, Naruto displayed his disdain and animosity towards the man in front of him in that particular setting. This man was capable of brainwashing Sasuke, creating Akatsuki, using Nagato, attacking Konoha with the Kyuubi no Yuko, manipulating Kiri's former Mizukage, Yagura, and now declaring the fourth grade shinobi war. It's so similar that if it weren't so tense, I'd laugh at it, Kakashi said, mentioning the masked man who stood in front of him. Are you pertaining to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? Naruto said without reply. How paradoxical it is that the Hokage of Konoha turned out to be you, Naruto. The kami must have an interesting sense of humor to favor you above Danzo as the sixth fire shadow. Beneath his mask, Madara grinned and remarked, that's right. Just like in the old days, Sasuke and Naruto will fight one after the other, just like Hashirama and I did. What do you mean? Naruto scowled. It's fairly self-explanatory, Naruto. You and Sasuke, Senju and Uchiha, are fated to battle. Like the sons of the Rakudo Sennin, the elder, who inherited the eyes of the sage, the power of his chakra and spiritual energy, and the younger, who inherited his body. His willpower and physical energy, you two will fight on two sides. It's your fate. Madara then turned around and waved. As he did so, a tiny distortion materialized and he spoke his last words, which were, the next time we meet, we'll be on the battlefield. And with that, Madara was gone as quickly as he appeared. The Earth Shadow, Ryutenbi no Onoki, shook his head and mumbled. And so the gates of hell have opened. Thus leaves us with a crisis worse than that of the Third War. Such a pity that out of every sane human born into this world, there is always a madman that follows through. And so, Gaara whispered, closing his eyes, tragedy bequeaths tragedy. For a brief moment, Naruto closed his eyes and pondered the words Nagato had left him, the Konoha ninjas, and the current events. He punched a wall out of frustration, his hands clenched into fists. Damn it. Unbeknownst to many in the room, Naruto had been holding his feelings inside ever since learning that Sasuke had joined a criminal organization. After each new development, he felt as though he needed to take a break, sit down, and process everything that had transpired before making a choice. However, Naruto was unable to do so due to time constraints. He had to give up his time as the Hokage to serve his people. An individual can only be burdened by so many experiences before they burn out. Naruto was in no better shape than before. Since joining this summit, events have become so chaotic that it was only a matter of time until he broke or if there were any more revelations from outside sources. It would soon become clear to Naruto that it was sooner rather than later. Sakura's group. Panting, Sakura and the others needed to find a different way to get to the Kage summit, which was happening in Iron Country. They had been traveling non-stop, cutting the 2 days they had planned to spend traveling through the entirety of Fire Country into a single day. Sakura didn't want to know that her friend would be in grave danger because losing Sasuke was already enough and losing Naruto would be a catastrophic blow to the entire group. Neji and Hinata's Byakugan were scanning the outskirts of Iron Country with their widest fields of vision, looking for any enemy ninjas who might be affiliated with Root. Looking up, Shikamaru saw the gray clouds and the snow falling. As the snow began to slowly fall to the ground, Shikamaru sighed. Not 2 weeks of rest and the clouds are so gloomy, this is a troublesome situation we have here. Neji brought up to them. There's a team of Konoha Anbu to the east, 3 kilometers from us, it might be Root. We should lie low and slow down for a moment, we need the rest. They sat in uncomfortable silence, out of sight, and took that moment to slow down for a few minutes. Sakura had watched, her hands tightly gripping the fabric covering her thighs. Shikamaru, how many forces do you think Danzo has in this summit? The ever-lazy tactician did nothing more than glance up above the gray clouds that appeared to stay in place forever. There are 5 powerful ninjas that have earned the title of Kage, and of those 5, they have 2 elite bodyguards, the closest they have to the level of an Anbu captain or higher, each. Putting that into perspective, there's 15 elite ninjas that are at S-class levels. If Danzo plans to have an assault force strike the meeting, then he would need to play with the numbers game, quantity versus quality. I don't know Danzo's motives, but you can be sure that he may know something we don't. Once more, Hinata summoned her Byakugan and scanned the clearing they were sitting on. She saw no hostiles. There's a team of Konoha shinobi stationed just directly in front of us, 5 kilometers, there are 3 of them, do we intercept them or do we avoid them? Shikamaru nodded. We're nearing the summit venue. Right now, the shortest goal is the most important goal, and that is to inform the Hokage on the attempted coup and if possible, cripple some of the numbers to turn into our favor. Shikamaru went on to say, right now, Konoha can't probably send for reinforcements, being that the village would be in lockdown. The safest bet is to let the ninja left in there to take care of Root. My father is a good strategist. Once he got hold of the information, he's already thought of counterattack measures. No doubt that the village would be stalled long enough for Danzo to act. My guess is that he's carrying more than 100 shinobi at his disposal. But I have a bigger fear on what might happen if Danzo pulls off his operation. We're taking them down, fast and hard. We'll use hit and run tactics and make a beeline straight to the summit venue, Shikamaru continued, to which everyone fell silent. Shikamaru went on to explain what needed to be done. He imagined countless scenarios as it started to function quickly. Compared to ambush tactics, hit and run tactics were far riskier and more dangerous because, in addition to leaving a messy trail of destruction in their wake, they required to move quickly, strike quickly, and ensure that their targets were down while fleeing to avoid any possibility of being pursued. If you knew the abilities that are presented to you based on the information gathered beforehand, blitzkrieg tactics were very effective. As it is, you were aware of the best place to attack when employing this tactic, which is to take advantage of the enemy's greatest vulnerability and hit them with such force and precision that it will be extremely difficult for them to recover. However, if the data collected is insufficient, it becomes totally meaningless. All four of them remained silent and crept up on the stationed Anbu forces, as three of the elite forces raised their guards as soon as they approached. Sakura had descended from heaven, her right fist clenched as a vast quantity of chakra collected there, glowing blue. The three masked ninjas were forced to jump as she struck down below, releasing the chakra and shattering the hard matter below. Slabs of earth rose from the ground as the earth's cracks gave way. Sakura shot forward, darting away from them in a single bound. It was too late for them to realize what the pink-haired shinobi had done. The ground had sprouted countless shadow needles, piercing the first ninja wearing the hawk mask. As blood was extracted from the man, the shadow needles protruded from numerous places on his body, including his head. Almost immediately after, two more ninjas emerged and leapt from the tree canopy. The first struck the man squarely in the chest with his palm, while the other pierced the man's throat and the back of his head, cutting off the chakra pathways and windpipe, suffocating him before he could call for an ambush. As they approached the enormous landmark of the Country of Iron, the three wolves fanged maw, Shikamaru made sure to leave a message for the remaining members via an explosive note planted on the ground. The ninjas quickly left without looking back. Shikamaru realized at that moment that they were getting close to the entrance, so if they were discovered, it would probably be too late. Recalling the words of a renowned general from the First Shinobi World War. The dice is in the air. Konoha. Everyone in the small room was tense. In fact, some of the ninjas started to doubt certain activities when root forces were supposed to guard the village's four main gates, which were supported by the outermost wall. But as soon as word leaked out about the attempted coup, the Hokage supporting shinobi held a covert meeting within the improvised home that Yamato had deftly passed off as one of the restored homes in downtown Konoha. With a slight cough, Shikaku announced his arrival and said, "All right, Yamato and Shizune had alerted you to the impending threat thanks to a trustworthy source." A ninja yelled, "That bastard, Danzo, Hokage. Sama should have taken care of that man when he had the chance." Shikaku just shook his head, while some of the other ninjas nodded. No, the Hokage knows how grave the situation in Konoha has become. Just with the money for reconstruction alone, the resources that Konoha is dishing out is being stretched thin. Hokage. Sama didn't want to confront Danzo as he knew just how every ninja in Konoha right now is vital to the village. This puts Danzo on a better edge than Hokage. Sama. Danzo is in command of 1/3 of our Anbu forces. Naruto. Sama acknowledges that he needs all the helping hands he can get, and that's why he's been lenient on the man. Simply taking care of that war hawk would have put this village into a worst-case scenario that would have left us more vulnerable than we are right now. Then what are we supposed to do? Sit back and let this happen? I won't allow it. Said one of the shinobi. Replied, who says we will allow it either? We are Konoha shinobi, and therefore, anything hostile instigated against us would be met with the most proper course of action. Men, as a member of the Council of Elders, we are going to retaliate. As the shinobi inside the room started to shout affirmations, Shikaku put his hand under his chin and started to think. Yamato, since we can't take the fights to the streets, we're taking their stupid usurpation matters on the outer walls. I want you to be there and deliver enough chaos with your abilities so the rest can take them out when they're in their most vulnerable. Genma, Rado, you two will be with Shizune to guard one possible target that might turn the favor more to Danzo. Each of them nodded. There is an important factor that must be kept protected as she is the weight to tip the scales. I want the three of you to guard Tsunade. No doubt if Danzo kills her, it would be a terrible blow to the sixth. The remaining 9 rookies from 3 years ago were then approached by Shikaku. When the councilman came to them, they were tense. I trust that you will adhere to what I have in mind. Shikamaru mentioned that your age group seemed most affected to this crisis. They all gave a nod and exchanged glances before Kiba spoke on their behalf. We had a talk about what happened 5 days ago. We found out what happened to the Uchiha. Shikaku nodded and continued, good, it's good that the generation that will follow us are decisive. That means you're all prepared now. I'm sorry it must be hard, but if you must know, it was even harder for the Hokage to decide. Keep that in mind. Nakama are nakama after all, no matter what happens. Right now, I need all of your help. All they could do was comply and speculate about possible outcomes. Summit. Just as his Sage mode was about to end, Naruto sensed chakra signatures flaring everywhere. He sensed the speed at which 4 recognizable chakra signatures were fast approaching the landmark. There are countless chakra signatures around the summit numbering by the hundreds. What's going on? The fire shadow said aloud in front of the delegates. After a long dash, one samurai stopped in front of the said people, who were looking at the Hokage in confusion for a moment, and said, Mifune. Sama. There are Konoha shinobi who are seeking an audience with Hokage. Sama. They say it is urgent business. Wondering, the fire shadow lifted his left eyebrow. What possible reason could have brought a Konoha team here if it was urgent business? If they needed shinobi instead of messenger birds to deliver the news, then it seemed incredibly important and worthy of his attention. I'll entertain them, send them in. The other Kages can discuss the battle plans without me for a moment. I need to know what's going on in the village if this is that important. Mifune replied, no, as the commander. In. Chief of this alliance, you are needed to discuss the battle plans with us, Hokage. Dono. It is your pivotal role. Naruto nodded, realizing that there was no going back. Given his position as the alliance's head, he could not afford to announce his absence at this crucial juncture. Naruto wanted to relax and take a vacation from his responsibilities because he was feeling so much pressure from them. He desired to sprint. Naruto's jaw dropped slightly and his eyes widened in shock as soon as the samurai led the 4 ninja inside. A weary and disheveled group of Shikamaru, Sakura, Neji, and Hinata stood before him. Naruto wanted to ask them if they were okay, but he had to stop because of the urgency on their faces. He was going to get a report from these people about what had compelled them to flee Konoha. Naruto inquired, his voice firm and worried for his followers, what's happening? As Shikamaru, the designated team leader, politely informed Naruto, Danzo. Sama is instigating a coup d'état. He has forces stationed outside. The number of their forces is undetermined. Sai reported to us that he's planning to assassinate you. The 4 ninjas, panting heavily, stood alert. Naruto stood for a while before realizing that he had to sit down because everything was happening so quickly and it was driving him crazy. Oh well. Known ache had erupted in his head. He longed to have avoided taking the seat in the first place. The blonde sat down and sighed, rubbing his temples with exasperation. Thanks for the heads up, Shikamaru, rest for a while here. What's the meaning of this, Hokage? Dono? The Raikage asked, his eyes narrowing on the fire shadow. In response, Naruto said simply, I'm as confused as you are. The leader of Iron Country then turned to face Naruto and said, you are now the head of this 6. Village Alliance, as it stands, any intention of harm to the Supreme Commander must be met with swift retaliation. Therefore, Hokage. Dono, I am willing to lend you my men. Mifune then nodded, turning to his 2 personal guards. Naruto cursed silently to himself as he continued to face one issue after another. He appeared to glare in some way at the Iron Leader for having such faith in him. At a critical rate, he did not want to be involved in this. To the best of his knowledge, he would feel as though he was violating the lessons Jiraiya had left for him, teachings Nagato had trusted him with. Naruto cherished his instructor, and at this pivotal juncture, it was unsettling for him to consider betraying the confidence and advice of his erstwhile boss. The man wasn't treated fairly. Why do ninjas fight, Naruto? The voice of his master addressed him, posing a query to which the straightforward response was, to protect their precious people. The blonde smiled broadly, making the son seem insignificant. With a curious glance in his direction, Jiraiya ruffled his beloved apprentice's head and smiled slightly. With a perplexed expression, Naruto observed his master's previous gesture and wondered what it was. The lives of humans are strange, Naruto. In nature, we are probably savages on crack. We have the ability to think, control our instincts and adapt. Yet, we can't completely get over them, our instincts. Reasoning is a given to us. Then again, ninja tend to go by the saying, kill one, save 1,000. The blonde said, tilting his head and scratching it with his right hand, I don't get it. After a demanding training day, Jiraiya and the blonde took a break and he sat down next to her while they gazed at the orange sunset. Jiraiya laughed the entire time. Neither do I. But that's just what part of being human is. We aren't perfect creatures, but we are closer to the level that other animals can't grasp. Naruto cut in, no, I meant that thing, kill one, save 1,000. Naruto said, I mean, what's the point of killing someone and saving 1,000 if it won't even get to that number? That's stupid. As Jiraiya appeared to scratch his head in agreement. Jiraiya laughed even harder at his apprentice's treatment of this particular subject. So you consider those you fight as a part of that group of 1,000? Of course. They're human, aren't they? Everyone deserves a chance to live. Look at Gaara. Naruto shot back, nodding his head. Jiraiya seemed pleased by this and inquired bluntly of Naruto, then what about those people that want to hurt your precious people? Out of curiosity about the blonde's reasoning. Jiraiya nodded in response to Naruto's question, you mean like Kabuto? Naruto appeared at a loss for words. He never gave this much thought. Just like Orochimaru, he detested Kabuto. They were the ones who made him feel bad about himself by imparting a lesson. Kabuto broke his confidence. The Sandaime was killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru killed the elderly, compassionate, and understanding Sandaime and went in search of Sasuke in a new body. He detested the snakehead. Makes you want to kill that person, huh? With a nod, Naruto turned to face his master. Jiraiya nodded. You understand well, Naruto. So what will happen if by chance, you encounter Orochimaru? Are you just going to talk to him and ask Sasuke to free him? What about Akatsuki? Are you just going to talk to them and let you be off? Jiraiya couldn't hear the reluctance in Naruto's voice as he responded firmly, I'll fight them. It was steadfast, serene but brimming with grit and resolve. That was when the older man fluffed his apprentice's hair for the second time that day. That's right, when everything seems like it's falling apart in talks, there's only one thing that ninja do best to prove their point. People fight for what they believe is right. When all talks end, there's only fighting that remains. We are the people that will bring our world to a new age. Jiraiya then continued, killing is a sin, Naruto. You know this, I know this. However, shinobi live a life of battle, of death. We've been oriented on this when we were in the academy. However, never for once think that all life is expendable. All life is precious, no one is a tool. Do you understand that? We aren't kami, but we are creatures given intellect and free will. However, when a wrong is done to us in the first place, then don't back down. Face it head on. And fight. Strife is born when one asserts their aggression. Konoha isn't like that. We are a village of diplomacy that has a military for protection. Naruto was getting up and told Mifune, alright, have your samurai on standby on each of the entrances. I'm sending a recon force on each entrance to the main building. I'll determine the number of the forces that Danzo has. After observing the Fire Shadow's stern expression, the Mizukage turned to face Mifune and scowled. Mifune wants to see how the Fire Shadow performs as a leader. The Hokage had previously stated that he was unfit to serve as the Alliance's supreme commander. Maybe the Fire Shadow knew what would happen if he took command, that the Alliance would fail. Then why would Mifune still put his men's safety in the hands of a Kage who had only been in office for a few months? The only plausible explanation was that Iron Country's leader was evaluating Naruto's strategic and leadership prowess. These are your men, Hokage. Are you willing to destroy them to stop this? The lightning shadow pointed to the Hokage, who didn't flinch as he put his hands together and started to shape chakra. Even though they belong to a different faction, they are still ninja of your village. The Hokage used a well-known middle index cross seal, and as the chakra started to circulate around him, a surge of energy grew around him. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. And as hundreds of copies of the fire shadow appeared throughout the room, they all jumped into different directions in an attempt to gauge the extent of Danzo's deployed force. Naruto turned to face the Kage and spoke in a rough voice. Sweat trickled from his brow from exhaustion and the backlash of creating the jutsu. My faith in my ninjas is absolute. Root has been an organization independent of the Hokage's administration and ruling. Danzo created the foundation to have some sort of political power within Konoha. Along with it though, were under-the-table deals that Danzo has made without the notice of the Sandaime Hokage. The most memorable to me was his meddling in the affairs of a megacure. The brunette continued, my sensei said once. Cry for the enemies you have slain, and offer 1,000 lamentations for your comrades who betrayed you. Then, as Naruto turned to face the Kages, the Kage was silenced. Mifune turned to face the fire shadow in front of him, his back to them, and he walked to his soldiers, helping them to rest in one area of the room while chatting to the one with his hair pulled back in a ponytail. External. A thunderous explosion at the imposing landmark's western entrance reverberated through the skies. As Fu got closer, he noticed that explosion note had taken out 3 of the Foundation members who were now down. The emotionless Root member reported the situation to his leader with urgency. Danzo scowled as he turned to face the building that held the meeting once the Root agent had reported to their commander. Danzo ordered his men to disperse because, although it would be too late to turn back now, he currently had about 400 men positioned outside the summit venue. He would still have that advantage if the insiders were unaware of the numbers he possessed. Such an attack meant that the coup attempt was detected. During the 5 days that had passed without the Rokudaime Hokage, Fu had no idea what had specifically leaked the information about Root and its schemes. Danzo believed that the summit would at the very least render the Hokage or perhaps one of the Kages permanently disabled because he was aware of Akatsuki's response to it beforehand and because the said organization would dare not ignore it. For a variety of reasons, that stupid Ironian leader would choose the Fire Shadow to lead the alliance. One benefit of Naruto's Jinchuriki protection was that it was skillfully implemented by the Sandaime and carried over into Tsunade's reign. Naruto's protection served as a model for other villages regarding how to manage their super soldier initiatives. Their choice was Naruto, who has hardly ever displayed any outcomes that are entirely in line with the Kyuubi. Konoha's Jinchuriki program was insufficient and a failure. The Sandaime forbade anyone from teaching Naruto how to use the Biju since doing so would only put the village and Naruto in danger. As a result, Naruto was not trained in its use. That made Danzo frown. The Sandaime was stupid to not allow such an egg to hatch under his supervision. Naruto would have developed into the perfect super soldier. Fully committed to serving Konoha's interests, this super soldier would have been a powerful weapon against 2 Biju, since the Kyuubi was, after all, the strongest Biju. Why not take advantage of this rare find? The Hokage were chosen in part because of their prior treatment of Akatsuki. For a duration of 3 years, Konoha and Suna had been engaged in skirmishes against Akatsuki. Although Kumo was unaware of Akatsuki's existence until Ni Yugito, the two-tailed monster cat's host, was taken prisoner by them, the nation ignored the organization since it had no direct impact on the village and lacked management experience. Currently, Kumo is the largest and most powerful nation among the major powers, with resources derived from precious metal mining. Konoha was invaded and nearly destroyed, making Kumo the military powerhouse at the top. Although Kumo possessed the majority of the alliance's firepower, it lacked a strategy to deal with Akatsuki, who currently possessed almost all of the Biju. Danzo's spy network also claimed that Iwa was a problem because he frequently used Akatsuki, had business dealings with them, and paid a high price for mission work. Acknowledging how much of a commodity Akatsuki was to Iwa, Mifune refused to put his faith in the Earth's shadow, Onoki. Fu, return to your post. As alarming as the leakage of information from Root is, this is a crucial moment now. We can't afford to back down. What with them knowing of our position, we just have to strike when they least expect it. At that moment, a large number of Fire Shadow clones emerged from the summit location, leaping and scrambling in all directions. Once more, Danzo remembered one quality that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki had acquired after coming back to the Leaf Village. The host of 9 Tails knew how to use Kage Bunshin properly. The Foundation leader turned to face Fu as realization struck him. Tell Torun that if they do not reveal themselves in front of the clones the Hokage has made, they will undoubtedly launch a counter. Offensive. Danzo ordered his most elite, and Fu nodded. Danzo had watched as the swarm of clones started moving randomly, scouting the large area and looking for any root operative. Because Mifune and the samurai are neutral parties, Danzo had thought that the numbers game would scare the Kages enough to keep them out of the shinobi conflict. It should be mentioned that Naruto was able to create a maximum of 1,000 clones, and that the clones could travel a great distance. It was just a matter of time until someone found out about his forces. Summit. Naruto sat in lotus position with the tips of his fingers touching, making the waiting game always tense. While each country's delegation started speaking, he concentrated on collecting more nature chakra from the atmosphere while he awaited the flood of information relay from his clones. Before we take care of this nuisance, are we all willing to form an alliance now? Gaara asked on her own initiative. Glancing to her side, the Mizukage addressed the Raikage, saying, "I seem to recall you were opposed to the idea, Raikage." "Dono." The Raikage did not say anything, just staring at the Hokage's still, focused form. "I refuse to let Akatsuki have their way with us anymore. I will not allow that madman to succeed in his plans," the Lightning Shadow declared, turning to face the Mizukage. "If this is the only way to oppose the power of the 7 Biju in Madara's forces, then I have no other choice." Still, it was shocking that the Hokage had been correct to believe his brother was still alive. Indeed, Konoha nins are more knowledgeable than the typical shinobi. Maybe they had been doing the right thing by fighting Akatsuki and requesting assistance from the various villages to manage the organization. For a split second, the Raikage appeared to be confused. It was a stupid decision to have neglected such an organization for so long, and now their struggle has resulted in an unpleasant circumstance. The Water Shadow started to convey her concept to the commanders. "If we are to stop this Tsuki no Mi plan, then we must not, by any means, allow Madara to take into possession the Hachibi and the Kyuubi. Right now, our priority is to secure the Hachibi and hide it away from him. With the host of the Nine Tails with us, the only thing left to do is to keep them from the clutches of Madara." The Mizukage then made it a point to underline her belief that the two hosts who were still alive were essential to the war's outcome. This useless war would end right away if they could take control of both the Nine Tails and the Eight Tails host. The Earth Shadow responded, "Madara might have a plan or a jutsu to make use of those beasts. 7 of the 9 Biju under his command is unimaginable. If ever we fight this, without a veritable amount of Fuinjutsu artisans or any bloodline to control those beasts, we have a long and difficult war ahead of us. How about we incorporate the Hachibi and the Kyuubi as one of our forces?" Suddenly came to the Tsuchikage's mind. The Tsuchikage's request was promptly turned down by the Wind Shadow, who said, "Unthinkable. Protecting them is a vital part of this war." In response, the Kage continued, "I have a suspicion that he's using this war to lure out the hosts of the 8 and 9 Tails. What with his current weakened state and the few remaining members of Akatsuki, even if he succeeded, the risks would certainly be high." It appeared that the Mizukage and the Raikage concurred as well. "At any rate, we can only deploy them at a most crucial rate. Besides, my brother is not one to follow instructions. A wild card like him will only bring confusion on the battlefield." For a moment, Gaara thought the same thing as Naruto, but then he turned back to face the Raikage. 420. Naruto said to the people in the room as he stood up and watched the clones from outside start to disappear one by one as the red rings from his eyelids appeared once more as his eyes opened. 400 Anbu troops, all from the Root Division, and a suggestion to our current discussion: I won't let this war drag on. Besides, Madara has a Jiken. Kuokan Ninjutsu, time. Space ninja arts. He can travel in that of the speed of light or even faster. It's impossible to escape from him for very long. He can cover a fair amount of distance with that technique of his. If he's going to target us as well as the Hachibi, then we need to have at least more than just a platoon for guards, particularly those of Anbu captains. Akatsuki would push for us the moment the first sign of battle commences. If we intend to put a stop to this, then we would need to take into account of Madara's abilities as well as his remaining accomplices. I don't want to sit around and be protected. I'm a pivotal part of this war. I'd be damned if I just stand by. Madara also issued to negotiate with us. He wanted us to be presented to him, and although he may have an ability to control the Biju, it might possibly have some sort of backlash to him if he wanted to go through all this trouble to inform us. Prepare an appropriate amount of samurai, Mifune. Dono. Do samurai have any long-range specialists as well? He said, turning to face the Iron Leader. Mifune gave a nod. We have long-range specialists for samurai that excel in Kyudo, way of the bow, what do you intend to do with them? Naruto started by saying, place them on the highest perch on each of your landmarks and we'll force them out of formation ripe for the samurai to mow down. They may have genjutsu specialists in each side of the gate, so we at least need someone to immediately break down a genjutsu specialist per side of the gate. Can you all trust me with this battle plan? The delegates heard the Hokage's voice of firm resolve and met his piercing gaze. In a funny way, they felt as though they could trust the Hokage a great deal, and the plan the Hokage had presented was actually rather sound. The Konoha strategist caught the Hokage's eye and he asked, well, Shikamaru, what do you think? Shikamaru laughed. Why are you asking me, Hokage? Sama? If you want my opinion, then I'd say it could work. Anyway, the needed rest is all that we need to get up and fight again. Then my question now is, will any of you lend me your aid? Or will you leave me alone to deal with this problem? Naruto said with a smile as he turned back to his delegates. The Kage grunted and tilted his head. The sooner we deal with this nuisance the faster we can locate and secure my brother. Time is precious, and the more we waste our time here, the closer Akatsuki is to their goal. I will give you my aid, however, after this war is over, we part our ways, Hokage. With a simple smile, the Fire Shadow said, I don't expect you to, Kage. He then turned to face Gaara, who nodded and said, I owe my life and ideals to you, Hokage. Dono. Consider me forever in your debt, as Kage and representative of Tsunade, my strength is yours. The sixth Fire Shadow had reached out to shake hands with the Kage. Naruto grinned and shook Gaara's hand. Naruto turned to face the Mizukage after they released their grip. You are indeed a very reliable Hokage and even more as a man. The world should have more people such as yourself, Ge. Dono, the Mizukage said to Naruto as he leaned in closer to the blonde, their faces barely centimeters apart. Naruto gulped and adjusted the noose of his clothing. The Water Shadow then winked at the Fire Shadow, who just laughed nervously and drew quite a few glaring looks from his subordinates, including the female Hyuga and the pink-haired one, as well as the boy wearing glasses who was the Mizukage's escort. As his two subordinates leapt from the ceiling and stood next to the Earth Shadow, the Tsuchikage merely said, Shay, if teaming up with the son of the Yellow Flash is the only way out of this situation, then who am I to argue in the end? Naruto merely nodded and then said, good, then I'll take the Eastern Gate, and since I have more of my ninja present at this moment, two of the Kages will take over one side of the entrance. I'll handle the eastern side since Danzo is there. The blonde was approached by Mifune, who said, very well then, I shall accompany you to your side, Hokage. Dono. With a sly grin, Naruto addressed the leader, saying, let's go, then. The samurai, with permission from their leader, had started to move in accordance with the Hokage's orders as each of the leaders divided into 3 groups. External. When one piece of the set falls, it causes another, and so on, until all of the blocks in that set fall. This is known as the domino effect. Danzo was not sure who had started the initial pieces tipping, but if it had spread, it was highly likely that Konoha had already planned to stage a counterattack on each of the gates, with the Konoha shinobi driving his forces back from the downtown streets. At this point, Danzo kept his cards close to his vest. Right now, everything will either make or break. His thoughts were disrupted by a burst of chakra while he peered up at Tetsu's drab, gray skies. There were only heavy snow. Falling clouds in the sky, not any clear areas to see the stars at night. So why, as he kept looking up, did he see something that looked like stars? He quickly realized and told every platoon that was stationed, move out. The arrows had pierced the earth, and the ninjas scrambled out of the way. The arrow tip penetrated the porcelain, ceramic, ivory white mask of 2 ninja who were unlucky enough to be caught in the rain of metal and wood, instantly killing them. As another hail of arrows fell from the sky, piercing many areas of their bodies. Danzo clenched his teeth and raced to escape the rain of death. It was evident that his soldiers quickly lost formation due to the arrows scattering them and forcing them to move from their original positions. However, one specific member of Root decided that enough was enough and sealed a series of seals with his hands together. Doden. Doryuheki. Earth release. Earth wall formation. A wall of earth erupted from the earth and curved upward, shielding them from the hail of arrows that were headed toward them. Danzo turned his head momentarily as he took cover from the hail of death and saw what appeared to be the opening of the gates of hell. Konoha. With Yamato making his way to the northern gate, the ninjas started to disperse as Shikaku gave the order, commence the counterattack. That day, Shikaku raised his gaze to the unclouded Konoha skies. With all of the instability his village was experiencing, Shikaku could only conclude that a major event involving Danzo revealing his identity to the public was about to occur. Shikaku would prefer to die fighting, even though things were getting out of control and something was bringing chaos to this world. Blood would spill out on what was supposed to be a typical day in the village hidden in the leaves. This was the day that even the history books would never remember because Konoha's secret war was about to come to a head. Iron Nation. Danzo. The moment the War Hawk heard his name, he knew it was the same voice, the one who had angrily refused to give up his seat. After he briefly raised his head covertly, Danzo noticed a group of samurai, clad in their recognizable heavy white armor and helmets, advancing on him. The fire shadow in the center was holding a Fuma shuriken in his right hand. The Hokage was the target of the Hokage's ninjas, who were dispersed and deployed on either side of the earth wall. The samurai's bodies flickered all around as they rushed forward, channeling chakra into their swords and feet. They blocked the root ANBU's blows and the front. Line swordsmen swung their swords high, slaying the first 5 root members who came into contact with them. After disemboweling 2 root members and beheading another, the samurai legion was breaking through Danzo's defenses. The earth wall was severed horizontally, forcing the ninja who had sought cover there to evacuate as the earth wall collapsed under the sheer force of the Hokage's wind chakra. With his Fuma shuriken fully opened and his wind chakra roaring like the divine wind, the Hokage leapt. The swordsmen then broke apart with the goal of defeating Danzo's army by using their armor and swords to swat away shuriken and kunai. Naruto and Danzo had a face. 2. Face meeting. The Hokage addressed Danzo in a patronizing manner, saying, "I knew I should have dealt with you back then when you didn't have your abilities." Danzo then said, "And allowed someone like you to be Hokage? To deliver your own citizens to their deaths? To force more hatred on our nation? I don't think so. I have made those decisions in the best interests of our village." Danzo said. Naruto remembered those horrifying hours, those events that lead to disaster after disaster. Interfering with the political situation in AIM does not make it for our best interests. You saw what happened. You saw the effect of your actions on the day Pain invaded. He exclaimed. Danzo said clamantly, opening his uncovered eye, all because of the Sandame's teachings. Peace does not exist inside diplomacy, naive child. Humans do not have it in their nature to sympathize with those not in their community. Survival of the fittest. We as ninja, continue to live in the life of misery and hate, all for the sake of our village. We are coated in blood, only to bring about a new age for us to walk forward. We can't stop and wait for the weak, death and violence is the way of the ninja. Petty words and bonds do not mean a thing. Who are you to lecture me about human nature? Naruto snarled at the man. With a back fist, Naruto materialized abruptly above the man wearing bandages. Danzo told Naruto, "It would be terrible if I was hit with that punch of yours. My sources say you learned a style that could deliver quite a good amount of damage that doesn't require you to hit your opponent in close range." After letting his punch fly and the man ran further away from Naruto, the snow instantly scattered in all directions. Not content to stop there, Naruto joined his hands to execute his signature jutsu, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Technique. Around Danzo, 3 clones materialized. He leapt, used his only arm to form a half-seal, and released a fiery burst from his mouth. Kaden. Hausenka, Fire Release, Mythical Fireflower. The fireballs hit the 3 clones immediately, dispelling them with speed. Danzo descended gracefully to the ground, and Naruto emerged swiftly from the smoke, closing the gap he had created. Then, with a powerful blow to Danzo's head, Naruto released his hold. Danzo extended his free arm and sealed it. Naruto's fist through Danzo's head, and then a patch of snow appeared in his place. When Naruto spun around, he saw Danzo at his side, his bandaged Sharingan eye visible to all. Naruto never once appeared startled by Danzo. With his eyes fixed on the man, Naruto said, "I thought as much as the mastermind of the Uchiha massacre would do something such as this." That surprised Danzo, who asked, "How much do you know?" Naruto responded, "About enough dirt that could cause the public outrage to have your head on the platter." Madara wasn't exactly the best at keeping secrets. This caused Danzo to scowl visibly. "Then I can't have you roaming this world with a secret that big." Danzo waved his hands, ready to unleash a stronger fire jutsu on Naruto, but before he could react, the latter materialized behind him with lightning. Fast speed. Naruto was about to land a sweeping kick when Danzo leapt. Then Danzo took a deep breath and yelled. Katen. Karyu Enden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Napalm. Danzo's mouth erupted into a stream of flaming fire that resembled a dragon head soaring through the sky. The flames melted the snow on the ground and evaporated the liquid as they collided with Naruto. Beside the dancing orange flames of Danzo's jutsu, Naruto had emerged amidst the flames, the hem of his haori swaying and dancing in the hot and cold winds. He stood in the Karyu Enden's conflagration, his wise eyes seeming to glow. Danzo cursed silently to himself, knowing that he would never be able to defeat this boy without an additional arm. We can't let him pass away here. Danzo kept his stoic face on, holding onto another negotiating chip. Danzo used his free arm to raise another hand seal, then slammed it down to reveal a group of birds with goggles on their heads. Uzumaki Naruto. You will hand over the title of Hokage to me, or I shall kill one person that is very important to you. Danzo's plain smile slowly spread across Naruto's face as he suddenly froze. Yes, Tsunade had been a very good friend of yours, am I correct? It would be a shame if she were. Disposed off, Danzo said to the fire shadow. Danzo then went up to Naruto, who was clenching his hands into fists. The tension from before was starting to build up again, and they were piling up one by one like unwanted trash. Danzo went on to say, just like your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, such a beauty, too bad she had discovered my affairs within a megacure that time, if she had not, the Foundation would have left her alone. Naruto could feel himself vanishing into a sea of hate and malice, and this quickly caused his anger to explode to new heights. One thing was all he wanted to be able to comprehend Sasuke's feelings. His mother, a mother he had never met, was murdered by someone. She could have given him parental love, told him stories, sung to him at night, and comforted him during his nightmares. Danzo removed everything. He crieved for revenge. After approaching Naruto, the man was waiting for his approval. Naruto's right hand suddenly flitted and shot out, grabbing the man by the throat. The waters of malice raged fiercely within him, gushing hatred and rage like a burst dam. Snap. All your atrocities, all of the people that you have wronged. It ends today. Danzo managed to jump and sent the messenger summons flying towards Konoha, causing Naruto to flinch as he kicked the blonde in the stomach. At the core of his thoughts, Naruto didn't care. He wanted to kill Danzo. His pupil started to wiggle, and a second line extended over the horizontal frog eyes, growing perpendicular to the typical sage eyes and changing to the color of a cross. His golden irises started to change color to a scarlet red. His claws grew longer and sharper, leaving deeper etchings in his cheeks from whiskers. His teeth were gnashing as he growled at Danzo. Danzo was alarmed by the denser chakra that appeared to have existed when Naruto changed into his six-tailed form. The air seemed to be filled with nothing but pure intent to kill due to the strong energy present. I'm going to kill you. Mental landscape. In a state of panic, the Kyuubi thought, Ku. What is this? The strengthened seal is siphoning my chakra to a level that was when it was weakened. And that chakra. It's neutralizing mine as well. The chakra was being siphoned and converted more quickly, and to make matters worse, the nature chakra that Naruto had previously gathered was cancelling out the potency of his own chakra. Fearing for his life, Kakashi halted briefly as he sensed the surge of chakra coming from Naruto. He had gone to Hinata to ask him to explain what was going on with their leader's chakra coils. With a nod, Hinata concentrated her dujutsu on Naruto's stomach. She was able to see the chakra pathway's unrestricted flow of chakra. As the red energy blended with the chakra that had a greenish tint within, they appeared to lose their potency and instead clashed and neutralized each other. At that moment, the four energies, nature, physical, spiritual, and Yuki, started interacting with one another and the situation stabilized. Hinata exclaimed, Naruto. Kun has synchronized with his Biju. To Kakashi. Kakashi was staring at their adored leader, looking astonished at the moment. Naruto had held his hand out. The red chakra bowed to his command, literally extending from Naruto's open palm to seize Danzo by the waist. Not content to stop there, Naruto used his strength to throw Danzo to the other side while dragging the older man along the ground. Meanwhile, blue energy inside his hand twisted and formed a spherical shape on his right palm, while wisps of chakra started to spin. The sphere expanded to roughly his height, rising above his head. Then Naruto vanished and reappeared atop Danzo. Danzo didn't take long to execute another one of his many skills. He had heard that Orochimaru had created this move to evade an attack that would undoubtedly hit from someone like Itachi. Even though it was notorious for consuming a lot of chakra, this upgraded Kawarimi was still functional. Then, as the enormous Rasengan started to rip into the crippled man, grinding him to paste, Naruto slammed it onto him. The unstable chakra circulation caused an earth-shaking explosion, vibrating and tossing away any loose objects that weren't stuck on the ground. The only remnant of the ground the technique had smashed into was a crater, and the Hokage stood on the spot where he had launched his attack. He disappeared and his body flickered outside at speeds that many would compare to those of the Yondaime. Naruto's eyes expanded upon realizing he had identified Danzo's chakra and watched as the man struggled to stand. He saw two ninja, one on each side of Danzo, preparing to intercept him before he could move to confront him. In a fit of rage, Naruto turned his anger towards the rude Anbu on his left, slashing him viciously with his left claw, tearing off his mask and making a surgical cut through his eyes and throat. Then, Naruto flicks his right hand. A kunai had appeared from his sleeve and was pressing it against the ninja's forehead. With murderous eyes, he withdrew the kunai from the deceased Anbu and turned to face Danzo. The ninja collapsed into a heap, and Naruto lifted his right hand. Red chakra started to form into a hand with claws, and as it grew larger, he slammed it down and immediately descended underground. When the chakra shot up like a geyser and caught Danzo by the waist, the ground it had been traveling through collapsed in a line. With great force, Naruto pulled the elderly man who was crippled back and dragged him to the ground at the speed of a freight train. With his kunai ready to kill Danzo, Naruto put his foot out and stamped on his broken and bruised body. Naruto quickly forgot his reluctance to kill and lost interest in the flying swallows. Right now, all he wanted was one thing to quench his bloodlust: the head of Danzo.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.